abuse that soul. Someone will make me do crazy shit. When have I ever forced me to do that? Give me my place back, hey, I won't take your special place. Still, the world is not so tight right. Strike back, get them out of your way. You don't care if along the way's a little sacrifice. Get them out of your way. Don't melt in the world, find you a way. Hear that path, nobody will miss it. I just say, understep the body, do it out of turn. I say, hear that down, cause nobody denies it. You and I both just have our views, that's all. You are not me, you're not alone. You are not my downfall either. If your voices will fill the sky, I'll take the wasteland, but I won't be alone, never. Strike back, get them out of your way. You don't care if along the way's a little sacrifice. Strike back, get them out of your way. Don't melt in the world, find your way. Let's go and step it body, let's go and step it body, let's go and step it body, step it body, step it body. Strike back, get them out of your way. You don't care if along the way's a little sacrifice. Strike back, get them out of your way. Listen to your heart, let the voice in your head. Get them out of your way. You don't care if along the way's a little sacrifice. Strike back, get them out of your way. Don't melt in the world, find you a way.
A mod.
Hey guys, how did you like that intro? C4 is here as well.
I am here.
Did you see the mod for Reina? Did you see that C4 in the
Yeah,
stream?
the May one.
No,
the May-
after that, there's a
Oh, the Ramathor one.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was saying that has to be a mod. There's no way those costumes are in Tekken.
That's
Okay.
a mod. They extracted it from DOA. DOA 5 had that as a collaboration officially in the game.
Okay. Yeah, those. Obviously, I don't think the stream heard us when I was saying for customization, Tekken is.
It's
fucking
good,
the best.
right?
Yeah. It's just,
Yeah, people. I mean,
so good.
people are a bit rose-tinted when it comes to the old customization, but I also think it's like really good. In Tekken 6, is there also some cool items in Tekken 6? They started with that around that time. In Tekken 6 with like cool, unique item moves, you know, like for example, Feng has the like the how do you call it, the staff of like Son Goku, or like the Monkey King, right? The super long, yeah, and it's literally an attack where he just pulls it out and it goes full like literally it goes full screen, like poof. It's pretty sick. Neutral skip staff, yeah. But you want to run to the toilet real quick?
Oh yeah, shit, yeah. Let me do that. And,
yeah, no problem. It's just the intro phase. Yo guys, how are you doing? I just already combined this with my usual mic check because sometimes this shit has like stupid popping and shit. Let me just check this. Are you all good? Just gonna quickly mute myself. Okay, now everything is good. Yeah, today we're gonna go a little bit through the history, quick history recap of Guilty Gear. You already see I have it's a video. I will start to play this when C4 comes back. By the way, why do I? Oh, now the chat should be visible, right? Yo, can someone type something like as a test? Wait, why is it not seeable? Huh. Why can I not see it? Wait, let me copy this. Huh? Wait, what is this? Why is there a blue? Okay, we need to fix this. What's going on with the chat here? Huh.
Okay, I am back.
We just need to quickly fix the chat here. I don't know why it's not
With the change on the stream, or
yeah, I usually just have to put in the a URL there, but for some reason did I make a mistake? No, I didn't. That's the URL. Okay, wait, guys. Sorry, don't fucking don't go insane. I just need to quickly switch the scenes here to check if the chat works here. Wait a moment. This is fucking annoying now. Okay, wait. Let me check. No, but the chat worked. The chat worked here, right? Like, why? Why the fuck? Huh. How do I fix it? I can't fix this. Wait a minute. Wait, so sorry you didn't hear C4. Wait, I need to quickly. This is really fucking annoying. Yeah, this thing. Let me check if it's a bit risky. Let me check if this works. If I just do this. Aha. So I fucked up my. Okay.
you know how to fix it.
Yeah, but I've. Let me check. I mean, it's kind of fine like this, is it? Isn't it? Wait, I need to. Okay, this. I have fucking autism. This annoys me because it's cropped at a bad angle. Let me change this. Motherfucker. Filters. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. I fucked. Okay, wait. I fucked it up even more. Oh. Okay, no. Back to. Ah. Okay, now it should. No, it's good. No, it's good. No, it's good. No, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it needs to go like this. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, sorry guys, I fucked up. It was my bad. I fucked up. All right. So today, obviously, C4 is here. That means now he can shine as the Guilty Gear expert. So, C4, first point I have on my list to like get us introduced to this topic is, now I don't know exactly why this is the case, obviously, but you would know, is that people generally say like Strive is not Guilty Gear, like there's Strive and Guilty Gear. Why is that the case?
Okay, before I go into that, I sent you a link in Discord of me playing a match, and then I can probably pick out points to explain it. But the long and short is that it's the, I don't know if there's a word for it, easyfication of Guilty Gear. Strive is like the kind of like the family friendly version of Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear's been, it's a pretty grimy game. It's very dark. It's gritty, aesthetically and execution wise. I would say it's probably gotten softer through each iteration. Like Rev, the one I only played Guilty Gear Rev or Exert because Leo was in it. That was the game that Leo was in. I never noticed Guilty Gear until then. I was like, oh, sick! This guy looks like it looks like Vegeta if he was a king. Cool, I'll play him. And then I learned it. I kind of learned a little bit of Guilty Gear back in the day, and everyone gave the whole generational speech. Like back in my day, we had real difficult stuff to do. Like what was the thing they used to call the Roman cancel? There was a type of Roman cancel, which basically had like a 2-frame window or some shit to rapid cancel it, like you do in Blaz, but it was super hard. But with Strive, they've made most things easier to accomplish. It's not that the execution is easier, which it is. It's the fact of winning or how you win. It's way more straightforward and easier to accomplish, I would say.
Yeah, I heard they also had removed like bit of, well, some people would probably call it bloat, but like things like weight classes or the in depth of it. Can you explain this a little bit?
Yeah, it was one thing that I liked it, but I understood why other people or why the masses didn't. There was basically very few B&Bs in the game, as in like bread and butters, because of weight classes, weight sizes. The meme was that there was gender combos as well, but that kind of fell under weight classes. But there was some Leo had a combo that I could not, for love or money, do on a male character, and it only worked on female characters. I don't know if that was just an overlap in terms of like size and weight and stuff, but yeah, they had something like May. May's obviously, for people that don't know, really small, petite girl with an Ankha. So in their, moment of madness, and to be fair, very logical, they made it so she was a heavy character because the anvil's heavy, but she's small. So she was a small character that fell to the ground really fast. But Potemkin was big and fell slower than May. For Leo combos anyway. So yeah, there were some combos where you couldn't. Something I tried to do in other games when I played Street Fighter and stuff before that, I used to lab do my combos, well, not blindfolded, but with my eyes closed, just so I got the muscle memory down. I couldn't do it in Guilty Gear. I just couldn't because there was no B&B. I always had to tweak or adjust for specific things. A lot of the game, maybe half the game, is air to air. And with air to air, you have to adjust. You can't just do the motions. You can't run the script. And that's what I liked about it. But yeah, in terms of bloat, they took away that. They took away a lot of the multiple wake up timings you can do. there was a front facing and on your back when you got knocked to the ground. So certain moves would make you like sweeps normally put you on your back. Changed for some characters, but the timing for the wake up would be different. It was fixed, but it was different per character. So you couldn't run the same Oki on people.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna show the match, and
yeah.
You can just if you want to, I can share on Discord, so you can like exactly if you want me to pause at a certain moment if you want to.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
Oh yeah, here it is. Let me see. You see it, right?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, this was a London tournament. I can't remember what year it was. Too many years ago, where we used to get a lot of people from Europe to come down to play Guilty Gear. France was basically the best. They had Aliyoun and a bunch of other players. At the time, there was like 3 of us: me, a guy called Sean E who played Venom, and a guy called Kaisertron who played Bedman, and we were like the best in the UK. We kind of tried to defend our honor by playing a bunch of like French players. And when I was sweaty, I was like, yeah, I need to play for money. Guilty Gear was like the first game I was proud to be good at. And probably to this day, other than doing Evo top 8, being good at Guilty Gear is probably like it will be the thing I tell my grandkids.
Yeah.
I was proud that I got this good at the game. 100%. Especially, this matchup was like notoriously bad. You'll probably see it in a minute because of Milia Oki. And people hated playing against Milia because she's just fucking... I don't know what the Tekken equivalent is in terms of Oki. You'll see it in a minute. I'll get knocked down, she'll put a fireball on top of me and she'll jump over and you don't know where the fuck to block.
It's probably like kind of like Ling in old Tekken, I guess. Kind of Ling.
Okay.
Does she have high damage output in general in her combos when she hits you, or is it like relatively low, but her Oki is fucked up?
Oki's super fucked up. But so is Leo's. But Leo's Oki works. Did you see that? How was I meant to block that as a human being? you don't react. A lot of... I always... me and Fury Fighter did a video, and he learned Exert after me. I probably played it for like a year and a half, and he went, fuck it, I want to jump on. Because obviously, Fury Fighter is like a really big...
And right now, we are looking at Revelator. Yeah, Exert.
Yes. Yeah, this is the first iteration of the game. Yeah.
How would you categorize Exert? Because for people who are like used to normal names of games like Tekken 6, 7, 8, Guilty Gear is very fucking Japanese, I guess, in their naming
very
conventions. So Exert, where does that fit in the Guilty Gear timeline? What kind of game is it? Is it beloved? Because I know there are 2 big ones. There's like XX, like that's one that people play on Fightcat all the time, and I hear Exert a lot.
Yeah,
these 2 games.
Plus R, Accent Core, and Rev. They're the main ones. I think a lot of people have told me to go play Plus R. And I always say Leo's not in the game. And they're like, oh yeah, but all the souls in the game, he's like Leo. And it doesn't really work for me. But in terms of... Again, it's always gonna... I think with Guilty Gear, it all comes down to, are you proud that you're good at this? And everyone says like, yeah, when you're good at Plus R, you're creme de la creme. Like you're built different as a fighting game player. I guess it's the equivalent of maybe like CBS 2 in Street Fighter terms. I'd say Plus R is that one. When I got into Rev, people were like, oh yeah, this is just easy Guilty Gear. We had the same conversation for like literally every iteration. Yeah, 100%. Okay. Everyone said, especially my character, because my character was new. People were like, oh yeah, your character's this Unga Bunga. Like the whole, people have probably seen the fucking Harambe memes with Leo. Like you just go in and you press buttons and you win. I think I was sick nasty. I blocked that like a boss. And then I still had my flash recharge. I played on hitbox, so I was cheating a little bit. But yeah, I think it's always the case. I think maybe bar Street Fighter 4, the next generation have always said, oh yeah, my game was harder. I don't think anyone says that about Street Fighter 5, for example. I think Street Fighter 4 was like the hardest, latest Street Fighter game. Rev was that to Plus R and Accent Core. Strive has just taken the piss. It's way easier than this game, but for good reason. Like you said, they cut out a lot of the fluff.
Yeah, I don't like. For me, I don't know much about it. The only thing because no one played this in where I come from. No one played this. I didn't know anyone who played this, but I saw this game, and what I remember, what I feel about it is just that it looks fucking amazing. Like Rev at that time, when I looked at it, I was like, how does this game even exist? Why is I have to be honest with you, I don't understand the game, but I just looked at it, and from a feel, I was like, how is this not the most popular shit on this planet? Because it looks fucking amazing. It looks amazing to this day, and it had it also had the, what is it called, critical finishes or something like that. And it's it's fucked up. Like it's fucked up how much care they put in there. And I was like, how is this not the king? You know what I mean? Just purely from an aesthetic standpoint, I was like, how is this not the most popular thing? That's what I felt about it.
Yeah, this was Dragon Ball Fighters before Dragon Ball Fighters. This was like the first amazing looking 2.5D game on an IP that, you know, no one knows about, if we're honest. No one really. If you played fighting games, you would have heard about it. I don't think it had the same reach as like Soul Bad Guy's popular now, but I think back then he wasn't on like a Terry or Scorpion or Mishima thing. Like, I think Soul Bad Guy's close now, but yeah, back then it was just some fucking generic game.
In my peripheral view, it started with Strive, where I saw suddenly people posting about it, making more and more fan art. Like suddenly it entered a fandom, like in a more mainstream sense, from my peripheral view.
Yeah, I think it had Skullgirls had something similar where the fandom, a lot of the popularity from Skullgirls came from the fandom doing like cosplays and talking about the lore more than the game. I think Guilty Gear got that, especially with like characters like Bridget. There was a lot of like talk about the game, and then people looked at the game because they heard, you know, memes, dramas, or whatever. Now it's a bit different. I think Strive broke out, which a lot of people don't think that can happen, especially with like a fighting game IP. Normally, you talk about games that have an IP outside of the game, right? But Guilty Gear seemed to crack it pretty well. Like top 8s on main stages after being... when I used to stream Guilty Gear at tournaments, so like versus fighting, it was literally called Under the Stairs. It was a meme on Under Night in Birth, but all the anime games would be under the stairs, literally under the stairs.
I almost get a taste here that this is like kind of like a Tech 2 scenario, where the people who play it like really love it, like famously Jimmy J. Tran loved Tekken Tech 2, traveled to Japan, I think even before that, but really loved the game. But it was never like at that time Tekken was not that, like after Tekken 6, which also wasn't that crazy happening on esports scene outside of Korea, Japan, or more focusedly Korea, where they had Tekken Crash. I kind of get the vibe here that this is the case here as well, where people who play it like really fucking love it, and they also kind of don't give a shit about that it's niche.
Yeah, that was the case for me. This game, I don't want to say changed my life because it sounds over the top, but when I played this game, and it was kind of like coming to the end, like maybe not to the end, but when we realized it's not going to be that popular, I was like, I don't think I'm ever going to play another fighting game again. I think this is it. This is where I'm going to stay because nothing's going to scratch the itch as much as this does. And to be fair, it hasn't.
Yeah.
This is my favorite 1v1 game, and it probably will never change. I doubt they'll make a game like this.
Famously, I know that Leon Messi plays this game over Strive.
Yes.
So you are kind of like in the same boat here, where if I'm correct here, if you would play, you would prefer to play this over Strive.
100%.
Why?
Easy. It goes back to I feel proud at being good at this game. I did a right in Strive in the first year half year, I think. I played in fuck, what was it called? Fuck, what was the tournament that they used to do online? They used to do it for Tekken as well. Not TNS. It's the other one.
ICFC?
And I think they're coming back. ICFC, yes. So I used to commentate ICFC, Guilty Gear, and then they did like a commentators versus players and stuff. And my team won. Me and a guy called Heapski played Leo, and he played Kai, and we beat the players that were winning ICFC. So I was pretty good at this game in the beginning, and then the games. From day one, there was like a pre-release in the Red Bull, and I was meant to be there to help showcase the game. Me, Fury Fighter, Damascus, and Tyrant, I think.
So right now we are at Strive?
Yeah, this is Strive. So we got invited to Red Bull, and then we had to do COVID tests. It was during COVID, and my COVID test came inconclusive, so I couldn't be there.
Yeah.
So they did like a video of me talking about the game, and I had notes written down. And the biggest thing I didn't want to say is I don't think I like this game because the anti-airs, which are 6Ps in this game, are too strong. And ever since then, I was like, this isn't my game. So well, I don't know if there's a Tekken equivalent. Maybe you can find it. But 6Ps are universal anti-airs. It's done by forward and a light punch. And in BlazBlue, the game programs it that 6Ps just beat any attack that is coming from the air. So it just beats jumping attacks. That's how it's programmed.
Yeah.
In Guilty Gear, what they did is made it so 6Ps have upper body invincibility.
Yeah.
But in Strive, that upper body invincibility went down to their kneecaps. So the problem with that is that mid pokes would lose to 6Ps.
Oh.
Yes. That's in the game still to this day. To this day, that's in the game.
I see.
6Ps lose to mids. And I'm like, I don't want my anti-airs to beat pokes. I just don't like it.
I mean, I guess if I have to find an equivalent to it, it would maybe be something like the countered trade change that came in effect with Tekken 7. That also quite a lot changed the meta, more than people realize now, because you have to have both perspectives on it. So that would be something like akin to that, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I want to say maybe it was, and maybe I'm just being jaded. I don't think it was a legacy thing. I wasn't thinking like, oh, 6Ps weren't like this. I don't like how they've changed it. I just don't like the fact that everyone has a universal way to beat pokes, and it makes poke characters not as strong, like Kai and stuff, right? And the game has landing recovery, a lot of land recovery. Strive does. I was like, but this is an anime game. I'm meant to be jumping around, fucking IADing, doing nothing, and then randomly doing stuff. Like the carnage is part of the beauty. And when you give too much things recovery in a game that pioneers like Roman cancels, like you're always meant to make stuff safe. It felt like this isn't why I got into Guilty Gear. So yeah, to me, being good at Strive will never feel as good as being good at Guilty Gear. Maybe you can say, oh, but the player base is the player pool's bigger, so you're better than more people. That's kind of cool, but it's not enough for me to keep playing the game. I want to be good. I'd rather be good against 5 people that are super, super clean than 100 people that are mid, for example.
I see.
It doesn't really do anything for me.
Well, I mean, with that being said, though, we are now at Strive. Now,
We are.
I guess this is maybe a good time to talk about, just because I think it's funny, talk about a certain character.
Let's do it.
Now, many people know, obviously, that I know this character, which is Happy Chaos. Now, that era, we are now in the beginning of Strive. Or, I guess, I don't know, how early was he? Relatively early?
Yeah, he was like the 3rd character, maybe 3rd or 4th.
So this character, people know, I hear sometimes that he's controversial, and his design is. And would you care to explain a little bit about this?
Yeah. So for context, in Guilty Gear's defense, they always do something unique. it's very rare that you can go into Guilty Gear, see a DLC character and go, oh, that character's like another character from another game. Even in the same game, Happy Chaos doesn't play like any. People say he plays like Elfelt. I've got a clip of like an Elfelt mirror, Hitachi versus Lost Soul, the best Elfelts, this side of the equator, or planet, not the equator. But Happy Chaos doesn't really play like her. It's that he has a gun with a reticle. That's it. That's the only comparison. So Happy Chaos, his crosshair that you're gonna see over and over again, that is kind of like breaking the fourth wall in the comic. He's now targeting you from the fourth dimension. It's not even like a 3D game. He's omnidirectionally tracking you. You can't.
Yeah, it seems to me like he's putting like tracking normals on you.
In the perspective of like Time Crisis, yes, at the arcade, like you can't do anything. You can't jump over it. You can't dash under it. Well, some characters can get under it with like really low profiling moves, but it's as fast as a bullet, so you can never react. You're just guessing. And to start with, people are like, "Oh, don't worry, the execution's too hard. No one's going to optimize it," which is dumb because people have been saying that for years, and this is an easier version of the game. So obviously, after a matter of time, people are going to get there. But yeah, this character. Oh, that's the 6P, by the way. Did you see that? The Kai Fire S into when Happy Chaos did the headbutt. That headbutt is 6P. That is why I knew this wasn't for me. I like commentating it, but I was like, I'm never going to play this. This is awful. But yeah, Happy Chaos, basically, I think a lot of people say he breaks the game. I don't think he breaks the game. I think he does something that we're not used to, and there's not much counterplay to, and that's the problem. The level of counterplay to it is an issue. There is counterplay to it. It's just unreasonable amounts, in my opinion.
It's funny. Reminds me of a certain game, but I also hear, or you told me, they have drastically also changed how he works, or how his properties are. What kind of did they do to him? Like, how did they change him? What did they do?
They removed him from the game. Like, I'm not exaggerating. He is a complete rework.
In now, like with 2.0.
Yes.
Oh, so when we get to that, but already like a foreshadow, was that done because he was considered a problem? Do you think? Like by the community more so than the developers, maybe?
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's the community. Me personally, I can't show you numbers. I'm not Sophie, but I think it was because of people complaining about it on Twitter. When you look at results, yes, Happy Chaos won Arc World Tour this year, but there was like 5 in the round robins, and only one of them got to top 8. So you have the conversation about, well, is it the player or is it the character? There was 3 Enos, and Eno's meant to be a bad character. 3 Enos got to top 8. There was 5 Happy Chaoses, and only one of them got to top 8. So I don't know how you.
Let me ask something about this. So it seems to me that the developer here clearly noted the sentiment of the community and changed this accordingly. You would also say so they did that with now 2.0. So have you ever played Magic the Gathering?
A long time ago.
Because
I was tell you about my deck and shit, but yeah, I played Magic.
Because I want to know what you think about this philosophy of balancing. Because in Magic the Gathering, it is very, very normal that they ban cards that form a deck that is toxic, that has a toxic play pattern. For example, there was a deck famously, it's called like Tybalt's Trickery. And what this did is you literally just, if you know the basics of Magic, you build a deck with only lands, like 4 copies of Tybalt's Trickery and 1 fucking bomb. And you would just mulligan with the London Mulligan to get to that Tybalt's Trickery, play that shit, and there was a trick to it, how you cheated it out, and then you would just get an Eldrazi or some shit on the board. Now, this deck was literally solid. This deck had nothing to do with Magic anymore. It was literally a slot machine in a deck. Like, literally. And it had a bad win rate. It had like a 50 or 49% win rate. It was not a good win rate. But the developers banned it because they do not want that form of play pattern and consider it toxic. Even though this deck was not even a competitive problem or anything. What do you in general think about this like design balance philosophy?
If I've got Tekken in one hand, Strive in the other, I think for Strive it makes sense because Strive wasn't popular and they need to do something to get the masses. With Tekken, it's debatable if they needed to do that. Short answer, but I think it depends on what they're changing. With Magic,
What about nerfs about like Happy Chaos, for example? Because that seemed to me like maybe that scenario where he wasn't that much of a competitive problem, but it was the toxic play pattern or what the character did in game that people just got tilted.
Yeah, I think Happy Chaos is probably one of the few characters I can say. I know I said he didn't break the game. He was very fucking close in terms of fun and terms of competitive nature. There's a concept I think we would all understand. It doesn't matter what fighting game we play. So the way his gun worked is, I don't know if there's a word for it, but it was basically independent of the player. So you could press a button, see it whiff, and in the recovery of that button, shoot a bullet. So they can't punish you.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. That to me, that was the biggest problem. Everything else, I'm like, I'll show you some footage of Elfelt later. Elfelt had the same thing, but the crosshair didn't auto track. You had to aim it yourself. You had to like navigate it over. You had to scroll it over to where they were. At fully charged, it was unblockable. So there were setups where she'll knock you down, put a grenade on you, and there was no rolls in Guilty Gear. You don't roll. You wake up where you are. So they throw a grenade on you, you block stun from the grenade, and then that gives her enough time to charge the rifle that is an unblockable shot. I dealt with that, and I looked at Happy Chaos and went, yeah, but you know what? Even if I can't whiff punish, the fact that you can stop me from whiff punishing makes it kind of like you're breaking the unwritten rule of fighting games. It's like, if you miss an attack, I should be able to punish you. And Happy Chaos didn't allow you to do that 99% of the time. To me, that's toxic and stepping into the territory of a game not being competitive anymore.
Because there's a certain when I thought about this Magic comparison, it's simply because recently the developers of Tekken have addressed like very weird balance choices where they, in two instances, in my opinion, and one instance specifically, they basically killed or a move that was already whatever and made it pretty much dead, which is Fang's baby tantrum. It's a string that starts with a low, yada yada. But basically, what it is it's a complete like day one scrub killer, like literally like day one. Like you knowledge check like your little cousin with it, and it's in the game for a shit long time, and they nerfed this like even quite significantly. And this is where I'm like, whoa, like for who is that balance, right? Because for sure, it's not for me. So why do they do that? And I can only imagine that they, for some reason, I don't know how, but for some reason they ended up with feedback. I mean, it has to be that this move annoys some people. So it just makes me think that sometimes when you read patch notes and you're surprised, you're like, like maybe I'm literally not even the target audience for this patch. Like they don't design or balance this game for me in mind, or for any form of like higher level player in mind anymore. Like at least with Tekken. And I kind of just was making a not direct comparison, but that maybe the rework of Happy Chaos also has to do with complaints they received from like a big chunk of the player base that they just don't like to play against this motherfucker, and they tried as best as they can to maybe address this.
Yep, there was a legacy change because of Happy Chaos. It was mostly Happy Chaos, a little bit because of May. How burst works in Guilty Gear is that if you see any older footage, the burst is like it's not the whole screen. It's like a section of the character, and it's basically get off of me. If you're on top of me, like we just saw there, that's literally how burst works, right? Because of Happy Chaos, because he could do full combos from full screen because of the gunshot. The gunshot had like no recovery, by the way. Like you can literally do bullet in the space of like 5 frames. Like that shit is always comboing. People could do burst save combos as normal. Like he had full screen combos that you couldn't burst. So they made it so bursts expand to the whole screen.
Okay.
They did that mostly because of one character. One character made them take away a rule that they had in every other Guilty Gear.
Huh, that's funny. In our game, in Tekken, it was basically a new Tekken 8 mechanic that led to that, which was the key charge rework.
The counter hit thing, yeah?
Yeah, key charge previously would key charge, you would get on your next hit, it would have a counted property, but you couldn't block. So it was very niche and fringe, but players could get creative with it. Now, people say it was Horang's setup that he had because of Heat Burst. Heat Burst he could do in combo, and he could basically cut his combo short, key charge, and he would then like really disgustingly mix you because now a low is a launcher. Because and the problem is that Heat Burst.
I am listening, but look at that top 8. The rising sun is everywhere.
Yeah, that is true. The Heat Burst gave him so much time. That's a Tekken 8 mechanic, right? The Heat Burst is so lenient. It produces so much time that you can just use it in combos. Now, in my opinion, they did this because they knew they're going to run into problems because they also powered up a lot of lows. They powered up a lot of lows with Season 2. So I don't think Horang was actually the culprit here. The culprit wasn't Horang. The culprit was their design in general with juicing up lows and more lows, countered properties and shit. And they don't want you to do that. They don't want you to do this. So they had to, because of their new design, nerf Legacy in this case as well. In Tekken, that is.
Yeah, that sounds the same. Yeah, I think... I mean, Harang's not like a problem character though in Tekken, right? He just had. I've heard he's good. I know like K-Wiz and stuff, but.
Well, in Tekken 8, people would consider him a problem character, but that's a different discussion.
Okay. Yeah, I think they were scared. And I think an easy way to be like, oh, okay, well. I say easy way. One of the reasons I like Guilty Gear, there's a lot, but the main one is you can be good at offense and defense can beat offense. I know you've spoken about this a lot with like how Tekken used to be with mobility and stuff, but with Guilty Gear is actually in block stun, you have as much autonomy in the match as the person on offense because of how IBs and FDs and all that sort of stuff works and burst. You both always have like a 50-50 share in the match, no matter what state you're in, whether you're in block stun, whether you're neutral, whether you're, doing your strings, you always have the same amount of like accessibility to tools. IB doesn't cost you meter, FD does cost you meter technically, but not much. And burst is like a resource. And I think an easy way for a game like Guilty Gear to be like, oh, this is super oppressive, will just make the defensive mechanics stronger. But the ripple effect to everyone else is huge. Like, they removed a lot of like burst safe combos that people would lab. Like, I had to lab burst safe combos in Rev to be like, oh, okay, I'm doing this combo, which might not do as much damage, but if you burst, I have enough time to block, or it won't reach me from here. Someone like Axel. Axel was like notorious for this. He would do his rents and shit. We called it special beam cannon, and it was like, yeah, I'm too far to burst, so I won't burst. But now, whenever you get hit, because of the recovery of moves, you can burst. They could RC and block, but there's no point because you can't get punished. So they took away an element of like, I know this is exactly the same for Tekken. Something that you've been practicing for years is null and void now. It's pointless that you know this. It doesn't help you. And that came along mostly because of Happy Chaos.
Mm. So,
which is shit.
But when in Strive, when you consider the how would you consider the state, the sentiment towards the game, let's say from the point that Wild Assault got introduced, and let us quickly also talk about this. So, C4, what is Wild Assault? Because I know it was in some way an offensive mechanic, but there were also different forms of Wild Assault. What was this? What was Wild Assault?
It was heat with variations. That's the best place to explain it without getting to like nitty gritty, because it kind of talking about the nitty gritty doesn't do it justice for how toxic the move was. Basically, it was a move that makes you go forward. Some were like semi-invol, and even on block, it would cause a state called Guard Crush. Some of them, and Guard Crush is basically like Omega Plus. Some let you jump cancel out of him. Some let you cancel into normals from him. It did cost a resource, which was your burst. So what they did is they went, okay, burst for every other Guilty Gear was only tied to your burst. Hence why it was called the burst bar. That's the only reason you had that meter. But they made it so you could Wild Assault using that meter. So they had a defensive meter, and they went, okay, now you can use it defensively or offensively. I think MK's got something like that. I think one of their bars you can use for like movement or getting out of combos or something.
Yeah,
like
MK11
that.
had something like that, yes, where it was all literally a shield and a sword, I think, yes.
Yes, yeah, that. That's what they did with burst. And I thought, you know what? That's cool. They're making it so this other bar you have on the screen has more than one use, because it's cool. I like sandbox games. I don't want to have money and I'm only allowed to spend it at Amazon. I mean, actually, no, you can get a lot of shit from Amazon. I don't want money and I can only spend it in like fucking, I don't know, curries. I can only spend it on electronics. Maybe I want to buy some fucking food or flowers. So when I have a resource, I want to know how much of that resource I can spend on different elements of my game. That's why RC is fucking amazing.
So you would spend your burst. So for people who don't know, burst is a defensive mechanic, right? Which can be basically it's to my understanding it's a form of combo / offense breaker. But if it gets called out, you can be severely fucked up for this, right?
You can get fucked up, not severely anymore. Before,
not severely anymore.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, from older games to Strive, the punish for baiting a burst is almost nothing.
So you would spend your defensive resource, the burst meter, 50% of it, right, to do an offensive thing.
Yeah. So all the bar, you can see it in the middle, right, where it's got the blue burst thing. All of that you needed to do a burst, but you only need half of it to do a Wild Assault.
So how strong is, like, how is the balance here? Like, how good? Because it's better than Tekken 8. I can tell you that for free, because I have to have a resource that is built, and it doesn't seem to automatically build, does it?
It's passive. It passively builds. You get it at the start of the round, but you have to build it in between rounds. You don't get it every round.
Okay, so at least it goes very slowly. I see. So how good is Wild Assault, like, compared with Burst? Like, how much worth is it to sacrifice 50% of my meter for a Wild Assault? Like, how good is that? Like, what did it do to the game? Like, because I hear that people, basically every Tekken player, when they hear Wild Assault, now the sentiment is no Guilty Gear player, Strive player, sorry, really like this. That also seems to be my understanding. I think that is true, but why?
So I think offensively they tweaked it so it's not always better. It does depend on matchups and stuff, but more times than not, you should Wild Assault. You just should. It's like, if you punch the numbers into a computer, they're gonna go, yeah, you should have Wild Assault there. You shouldn't think about the burst. Fuck the burst. That's a plan B. If your plan A works, you don't need a plan B.
Okay,
That's
suddenly this sounds more like Tekken 8, where it's like just heat, bro. Like, it's just heat, bro. Like, it's like just heat, bro.
But imagine if Heat had a defensive use, like, get off me, but it was still better most of the time to use it offensively.
Yeah.
I think that might be arguably worse, because they've tried to balance it, but there's no balance, because you always. So another thing with Wild Assault, and I remember you were talking about this with Street Fighter, how you can manipulate the other person's drive.
Yes.
If you block a wild assault, it takes some of your opponent's burst meter. So a strategy which was cool in concept is I don't want to bait your burst and like do this funky combo or hesitate and drop a combo so you burst. I'm gonna hit you with a wild assault. So for the next like 2 or 3 hits, you cannot burst.
Wow. Okay. This makes it even better. Like obviously.
Exactly. And they got that from Rev because Rev had a mechanic called Blitz that did the same thing. You could put a Blitz in your combo to basically hinder them from bursting for a certain amount of time. Only because it drains it down a bit, but obviously getting hit in Guilty Gear games gives you burst. I said obviously because it's like, well, if it's a defensive mechanic, getting hit is how you'd build it up. So yeah, you would remove it and then they would build it back up as you hit them in the combo. But there is obviously a window where they can't burst. So when you think about it like that, it's like I'm sacrificing my ability to burst. Even on block, I can just make it so you can't burst too. So now we're both in the same boat.
So what were the main reasons people disliked it? Because it was so one-dimensionally strong. You just do it and it gives obviously super crazy offense and a bit of sounds a bit brain dead. Is just what's the general reasons here why people disliked it so much?
It actually wasn't because you just throw it out. It wasn't really a just throw out move. It was with certain characters. Like I said, it was different types.
Yeah.
The big bodies had really egregious ones where you do it and you don't care if it's on hit or block, and it's really hard to escape. When it comes to like mid screen, you just did it and it's like fuck it, we'll see what happens. God take the wheel. The big thing with Strive compared to other Guilty Gears as well is your furthest range pokes don't tend to combo into anything in terms of buttons. So you can do button into special, but Guilty Gear, most of the Guilty Gears, most of the characters, you could do a long range button into a combo and you can make it work. Kai's a really good example. Kai's like visually Ryu crouch medium kick from Street Fighter 4. It's the poke. And Kai couldn't do fast slash, which is like a medium, into a heavy. Because it didn't reach. It wasn't because of the blocks that the hits done. It was that it didn't reach. So with Wild Assault, because of the forward momentum from it, everyone could do a fast poke into Wild Assault. And because it was so good on block, you never needed to hit confirm it. You always just did it. So yes, it had the element of why are you not doing heat? You just do it. It enhanced a core part, I would say, of fighting games, which is poking, and it made it brain dead. The mechanic wasn't brain dead, it made a good mechanic brain dead. It made poking dumb because everyone would just do it now. I think that was the worst part. Other than the characters that could just do it in neutral, it made everyone do the same full screen poke into Wild Assault. Now I've got pressure.
Yeah, that sounds a bit brain dead. Reminds me of like, I don't know, maybe Heat Smash or something, or maybe just no, actually it reminds me of Heat Dashing. It reminds me a bit of Heat Dashing at the end of your Heat gauge in Tekken, where you're like, hey, maybe that motherfucker's gonna move, so I'm not gonna risk my Heat Smash here, depending on the character because of the tracking. But bro, I'm just gonna bust out my 13 frame Heat Dash and be +5, and if it hits, I won. Like, it's just, there's no real thought to it because the option coverage is so high that this is the basically optimal decision.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it definitely got to the stage where people are like, I don't care if I haven't got burst because if I win this round, I don't need it.
Yeah. Just quick, Josh, thanks for the $10. I like Strive, but I don't feel like the itch or incentive to keep playing after a few matches. So I think I understand what C4 says about feeling good at being good at a game. Yeah. I get that. Yeah, I understand. I understand as well. I care about being good at Tekken 6 and, I'm working on it, but good netcode would help, by the way. Yeah, but we are working on that as well. Follow Ren on Twitter. Just quick advertisement. So, with that being said about Wild Assault, before we go fully into 2.0, this aspect everyone talks about. Everyone talks about Wild Assault. They remove the mechanic. Now, to me, when I see a lot of Tekken players say yo, they just removed Wild Assault, just remove fucking Heat Namco Bandai, take an example out of the Guilty Gear book. To me, it almost seems like this is like more comparable to like a single Heat property, like I just mentioned, like something like Heat Dash or Heat Smash, like a single property of it. So when people say just remove Wild Assault, which I want to stress, or just remove Heat, which I want to stress is not my opinion. I want them to rework, adjust, and actually for real refine the offensive potential of Heat in Tekken 8 and not remove it. But still, when people say that, it seems the comparison is a little bit uninformed or like actually absolutely not appropriate, in my opinion.
You're right. I don't do it because it's kind of, I know it's funny coming from me, but I don't want to nitpick. But I do agree. Like, the biggest difference between Wild Assault and Heat is that Wild Assault wasn't in the game at the start. So it wasn't core. It wasn't fundamental, to Strive, because the games started without it. It got added in. So it's easier to take it out because it's not one of the, it's not one of the core mechanics that holds the game up.
Yeah, and it's like
from the beginning.
It also seems to me it's like tucked on as a thing, like onto the burst meter, and it's like, well, we can just tuck that off. Like that's not that crazy.
Yep.
But yeah, all right. So well, you would agree with that as well. So I guess I'm correct. But C4 2.0.
Yeah.
What's going on? What's happening? Where do we go?
If you've got no. Actually, no. Maybe I won't say. If you don't know about Guilty Gear, you can jump into Strive and it will probably feel good. I don't want to sound bitter.
You are bitter about 2.0.
A little bit. They've taken away a lot of things I find interesting about Guilty Gear.
How about you want to show some? You got some maybe something prepared? Like a video or something? If
there is a person called Mr. Acolyte who does a lot of good work. They used to do it for Dragon Ball. Every time there's a patch for a game, they will do a visual guide. I think other people do it, but Mr. Acolyte's kind of cool. Maybe I'm a VTube lover and I didn't know it. He's a VTuber. I'll send you a link. You probably won't need it because I can probably just tell you it, and hopefully, I'm a commentator. Hopefully, I can just tell you it, and it'll make sense.
That's
true.
The
video.
Oh yeah, I was almost. I saw that as well. Okay.
Oh, did you see this video?
I was thinking about, well, this looks good. Am I supposed to? Oh, did you send it with timestamp on Bridget?
Oh shit, I didn't mean to. Sorry. If you go to the second timestamp, system changes.
System changes. Okay.
Yeah. There's a big system change. I don't think he talks about it straight away, but I can explain it, and then I guess it will kind of show you, but it won't make sense. Basically, the RC system in Guilty Gear Strive, to me, is what makes Guilty Gear different to every other game. It's the reason I love it. It's the reason I think it's the most balanced sandbox mechanic you can put in a game. It's kind of
for people who don't know. Mm-hmm. Maybe just very quickly, like what are we don't want to, but what are Roman cancels?
Roman cancels are. I'll expand, but basically Roman cancels are oopsie buttons. It's an oopsie button. It's like, oh fuck, I didn't want that to happen, or oh fuck, this situation isn't ideal. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop what I'm doing. I'm gonna slow down everything, and we're gonna readjust, realign, reassess the situation. I say it's like FADC, but it's not, because FADC only works on hit and block. You can do RC anywhere. There's different types of Roman cancels, different colors. They represent different states of what you do it. So a red Roman cancel is in a combo. They've changed it now. Blue is neutral, so if you're not pressing a button, and pink is on like recovery of a move. In Rev, they took different meter. Different amounts of meter. So YRC was different. It took 1 bar. Red RC took 2. But now it's all 50 because they've only got 2 blocks of tension. I've always hated this about fucking Strive. That tension bar at the bottom near their feet, there's a half point and a full point. It used to be chopped up into 4 slots. So they made it more. because you don't have EX moves. Maybe people don't know that. You don't have EX moves in Strive. You just have roaming cancels. That's what the tension's there for. And supers. But no EX moves. So to me, our roaming cancels are core to the game. Nothing else is quite like it. Maybe you can argue Blaz, but it's the same fucking developers pretty much. What they've done is they've taken away an RC. They've taken away purple RC, which is in recovery of moves. Now, if I said to any other person who doesn't play Strive that, oh, I can do a throw, see you jump out of it, then I can RC so I can block or jump and then air throw you.
Sounds like an option
Because the
select.
slowdown, yeah, it isn't. Well, people did option select it. Yeah, it didn't act like an option select because you did the option select, but then you had to react to the slowdown to what to do next. So, for example, if I'm playing Finn, I go for a throw, he jumps, I RC. In that slowdown, I'm going, is he pressing a button? If he's pressing the button, I can throw him out of the button. If he's not pressing the button, I could jump, press the button, but then he might throw me. So in the slowdown, there was like a tiny mini game.
Sounds kind of sick.
I think it was fucking gassed. I think it reminded me of like Max Payne, the video game.
Yeah, it sounds pretty sick. Yeah, I have to. Yes. And they removed that completely.
It is gone.
That sounds big.
Roman cancel after basically in recovery of a move, you can't Roman cancel anymore.
Okay, be honest. This sounds a bit big. Is this something that? Be honest. Are you just a nitpicking elitist about this, or do most people like that, and why?
Most people, I would say, don't like it. Which is, I understand why people don't like it because it takes away a bit of accountability. I agree it does, but I think it's a resource management. If I manage my resource, I should be. If I save my money, I should be able to buy what the fuck I want.
This sounds funny to me because I thought Tekken players said they should do what Guilty Gear is doing, and this sounds to me like hardcore removing legacy. Am I right or wrong?
They've done it multiple times, Finn. This isn't the only thing they've done. Like I said, the burst that's changed from legacy. It's only in Strive. The PRC's gone. Another thing is they changed before this. How long ago did they change the RC? The red RC. I think that must have been 2 years ago. They changed red RC. So red RC is in a combo or in a block string. You can RC, right? Sounds pretty standard. That's more like FADC. So I do ABC, blah, blah, blah. I might be minus after this move, so I'm going to red RC.
And
what
then I'm plus.
Is that?
Am I?
Yeah, you'd be plus. But what they did is they went, people don't like the fact that you can do a reversal into RC.
Because you could make the reversal safe, huh?
Yes, but it's legacy. I played Guilty Gear Rev with Leo. I did flash kick RC to my heart's content because I saved 2 bars to do that. Oh,
2 bars. So wait, but back then it was like 2 out of 4, yeah?
Yes. So it was half your bar.
It was half your bar. So okay, but changing. So I guess they removed that, yeah?
That's gone. So every invincible move, you cannot RC anymore.
But at the end of the day, like changing something is even like is like a little bit even of a level below, like straight up removing that shit.
Yep, I agree.
So this sounds a bit like actually not what Tekken players want, yeah. Like there's parts in here in that 2.0 that sounds to me like not what Tekken players want. This is why I do. This is we're getting to this. This is what I mean.
You know, they moved so much legacy. I'm sounding like a boomer.
You sound like a Tekken player. You sound like a Tekken player.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess. I'm not going to try and like defend. Like to me, I've accepted it a long time ago. I guess I've gone through my 7 stages of grief. From when I saw 6P and I was like, this isn't my Guilty Gear. And I was like, okay, I love the lore, I love the characters, so I still, tag along and watch.
What is the okay? Wait, but so the 6P stuff. I think I understood. In my opinion, that gives the move more option coverage and makes it more scrubby. That's my completely. You told me how this works, and I was like, this sounds a bit scrubby.
Yeah.
So again, I've not even used this move, but when I hear this, how this works now, this sounds to me a bit more scrubby. At the same time, though, they are like, we are giving the 6P a bit more scrubbiness, but then we are removing cancels on reversal. Where I'm like, huh. Because you know what I mean? Like, because for me, like, broad philosophy wise, the 6P change is in line with something like that. With you know what I mean, philosophy wise, with like having the ability to like cancel a reversal, because it's kind of bullshit.
Yep.
So what do you think is their goal there, like, overall?
I think their goal was to make a anime Street Fighter. I think that was their goal to begin with.
Oh, so more compact.
Yes, because unlike most other games, you can air block in Guilty Gear, so DPs don't serve the same purpose as other games. Like in Street Fighter, you DP when you see someone jump, and you know it's going to hit. You can bet your bottom dollar that it's going to hit. In this game, because that wasn't the case, you would 6P to be like, okay, even if you block it, I can cancel my 6P into a special, or there's not much risk for me doing a core fundamental fighting game technique, which is to stop you jumping at me. But they buffed the 6P and they nerfed jump-ins because you get landing lag. So what you would do is, because your 6P had so much upper body invo, you could wait to the last moment. If they do an empty jump, you would hit them in the recovery of landing, and if they press the button, you would count to hit them out of the air.
Okay, so this sounds to me like they, with Strive in general, wanted to slow the game down a bit.
Yeah, I would say so.
Like, basically, when we say like the Street Fighter approach, Street Fighter is like very compact, very clear, very, especially Street Fighter 6, very streamlined, right? It's just it's toast, right? It's good toast, but it's like toast, right? It's nothing crazy fancy.
Yeah, a tad bit of margarine on it. Like, to me, it's an anime game. I shouldn't be punished for jumping. If I wanted to play a grounded anime game, I would play Street Fighter.
Yeah, yeah, kinda, yeah, kinda.
The freedom of like anime games is that you can ID and fly around. Like, everyone's seen Dragon Ball. That's kind of why you play anime games. It's not a case of like, I'm fucking Daigo against Alex Valle and we're just standing just at the tip of our poke ranges, moving backwards and forward. That's cool. Like, I admire and I fucking love Bunch. Bunch has one of my favorite players of all time because of how he played Saga. He played a slow moving character and he always seemed to be in the right spot at the right time. I thought it was fucking amazing. But I want to have fun. I want to move around. I want to anticipate where you're going to be and be there in the fucking blink of an eye. But now you've made it so my jumping is penalized, because if you stay grounded and I jump at you, I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't know if you're going to jump air throw me. I don't know if you're going to 6P. I don't know what the fuck you're going to do. You can do loads of things. You can low profile my jump ins because some characters have that. It's not fun. They hindered the element of movement in this game, which makes me sound very much like a Tekken player.
Funny enough, yes. Red Hero, thank you for the $5. In my opinion, 2.0 is very good for a Strive patch, but doesn't make it a good Guilty Gear game, and in some ways moves away from its identity. Well, C4, let me make it compact. Let me make it concentrated. What was the sentiment? What was the sentiment to the game from the core Strive community towards it pre 2.0, like last year or so? And then, what did we go through some points that what 2.0 did, and how that in general was received. And we already covered Red RC Gone, which is the Pink RC Gone, which is probably kind of controversial. So yeah, how was the sentiment towards Strive? Did the player base say we need a big shake up? Was the game completely fine? What's going on?
It was very close to Tekken. The top level players hated the game, despised it, didn't play it anymore. Even the people that qualified for the Arc World Tour only practiced like a week before. They were done with the game. Most of them were playing like 2x KO. They were like, this game is getting worse and worse. I've
Oh,
already
really?
qualified.
So we talk about
Yeah.
people like sorry if I butcher his name, Hotashi, maybe like
Yes.
players of that from that caliber.
Yeah, Leffen said, fuck this game. Zando, who qualified but couldn't go, unfortunately, said he didn't like this game. Not, I'd say like 70% of the top players said, like, this game is trash. It's fucking garbage.
Okay.
They keep taking the piss. They're not listening to us. They're making the game worse. They're not taking out Wild Assault. All of that was said. The core base, though, are fucking so powerful. They still to this day do beginner tournaments for this game. Europe do beginner tournaments, and they're getting like 30, 40 people.
Oh, okay.
People still want to play this game. I think there's a lot of attachment to characters.
Yeah.
The fan base is
I mean,
like
the characters
very
are, the
lore-driven.
design is amazing of this, like in general of Arc System Works, Guilty Gear. The design is fantastic.
One thing that carried over, very small tangent. One thing that carried over from Guilty Gear, older ones to Strive, is most people only play one character. Only play one character. If you look at old footage in Rev and all that sort of stuff, people embodied their character to the fullest. A lot of people had the character's name in their name as their like gamer tag and shit. Strive is very close. Like there will be a Bridget player that dabbles in other characters, like because they're probably bored and they just want to go in team mode. A lot of I'm sure you get this in Tekken where you lab a character to be able to beat them. You're like, oh, this character's cool. I might play them every now and again when I'm playing against someone who's not very good or whatever. But for the most part, people embodied their character. You very, very, very rarely see counter picks. Very rarely.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of attachment to the character you pick at character select screen holds people into the game. So they'll put up with the bullshit. They'll just put up with it. I don't think it's disliked as much as Tekken to that level of like the majority of the players. But yeah, at the Arc World Tour, half of the people in that top 8 went there because they fucking qualified, not because they wanted to be there.
Why? Like, it can't be only Wild Assault, right?
No, it's not just Wild Assault. There was a lot of people upset about the balancing. I didn't see it because when you're saying 10 characters are broken in a cast of like 20, I'm like, that sounds kind of balanced. Half the roster's good, right? So if it was
some
like
people say it works like that. Some people say it works like that.
I think equal rights, equal fights. When there's only like 3 or 4 characters in a roster of 20, then I'm like, yeah, that's unbalanced. But people moaned about Gold Lewis, people moaned about Pot, people moaned about Happy Chaos. Happy Chaos was the longest. He was the longest living culprit, but he wasn't the only culprit. If you could go back in the Wayback Machine for like 6 months ago, everyone fucking hated Pot. Probably more than the Happy Chaos.
Oh, I even heard about that. They made because they did some shit to the Kara cancel stuff, right?
Oh, so there was 2 complaints about Pot. You had the top players were saying this character's broken, and you had the Pot players saying you removed Legacy.
Oh yeah, wait. Let me see if I get this right. They removed Legacy, but they fucking buffed him because there was a buff, right?
Yeah, and the Legacy players said we'd rather our character be shit. Well, not shit, but harder, not as good. Then you buff him with this thing. So they basically gave Potbuster his command grab armor, but you couldn't cancel it anymore. Sorry, you couldn't Kara cancel. They would rather have. I mean, Kara cancel is obviously still good, but armor and a command grab that does 50% is probably slightly better. They said they would rather have the hard execution of the Kara cancel than the armor on their Potbuster.
Damn.
And they changed it back pretty quickly as well. They changed it back.
But everyone was like, this game is shit, yeah?
Yeah, for the longest time, yeah. Game's been shit.
And did the people like was it like the same vibe and well, but there doesn't seem to be the same Doomer atmosphere There doesn't seem there wasn't a doomer atmosphere around the game
No.
to my
The fan base has fucking God and anime on their side. Like the people that like Guilty Gear love Guilty Gear. They love this game. And I had the same thing with Rev, where I can send you another clip where you probably get this in every other game. It just depends on the people you meet. But I had lots of good memories playing Guilty Gear. I met some of my closest friends through playing Guilty Gear. And I've always said, like, Strive brought a new generation of people. And this is their... I made my friends through this game. And Strive has done that. So I don't... You could make the game unplayable. They would fucking meet up. They would get planes. I've seen people literally get on a plane to play casuals with their friends for this game. People do anything to play this. I used to do, not in that extreme, but I used to drive like an hour and a half just so I didn't have to play it online and I could play it with my friends. Casuals, not like a tournament or anything. Yeah, I'd fucking do it because I loved playing this game with my friends. And like I said, the new generation now have that. So I don't know what you could do to the game to stop them from playing. Because if their friends are playing, they're going to play. Not in the case of like the game is... I don't think the game is awful. It's still a fighting game. I think it's still got enough of that to be like, yeah, you know what? I've put in a lot of work and you can't do what I'm doing. It still has that element. And I think that keeps people around. The fan base is just fucking rabid. I don't think they'll turn. It's too much of a starting point for players in the FGC. Kind of like how Dragon Ball was. Dragon Ball players would say like the game's shit, but you can't talk shit about Dragon Ball unless you played it. They won't. I'm one of those people. Unless you play Dragon Ball, don't tell me how bad Dragon Ball is. You don't know.
I mean, but now, the patch happens. 2.0 happens.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe do you want to maybe go through this system changes segment, and you're just gonna, if you want to say something that we just pause?
We can. I might. You might trigger me because some of these are fucking bad.
Really? Because the narrative right now
Legacy-wise.
is best fucking patch ever.
Yeah.
Like, I'm actually surprised. I'm actually a bit surprised. Like I mean, okay. You know what? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I will say, because you can't watch all of it. It's like 2 hours long.
We watched the
character
system
balance
changes.
Is good. Yeah. The character balance, that's pretty good overall.
Funny.
It's the system changes, because the system changes is obviously the legacy stuff. That's what I'm mad about.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna.
Before we get to the characters, we're gonna have to
Okay, do you hear that?
talk about the system mechanic changes.
I would if I
This
turned the
being
volume
a
up.
brand
There we
new
go.
version of the game. The system mechanic changes are not like they usually are, where they're just little tweaks here and there. These are actually massive changes that completely change the entire way the game is played. This really is.
Oh, really?
Basically Strive 2 with how different these changes are. So let's go ahead and go one by one and talk about all the new system mechanic changes.
Sorry, quick
starting off.
Another shout out before we continue. Who is this gentleman? Mr. Acolyte.
Mr. Acolyte. Yes.
All right, big shout outs, Mr. Acolyte. Also, kind of sick avatar. I like the suit. Like, this would be like my Arcana merchant in some fucked up universe. Like, pretty cool avatar. But all right.
With Wild Assault. I can't show you Wild Assault because it got deleted. It's no longer in the game. That mechanic has been replaced with Counter Blitz. So, the biggest problem with Wild Assault was that there were too many instances where it was too strong, and it kind of took over the entire pacing of the game. So to counteract that, it can only be used in a very specific situation, and it's, as the name implies, it's during a counter hit. So similar to Wild Assault, Counter Blitz still uses 50% of your burst gauge. However, again...
excuse me. Counter Blitz is now Wild Assault. Is that correct?
No, they're very, very. I don't know why they.
Or did they now? Is Counter Blitz now a new mechanic, or what was that?
Yes, they replaced it.
They replaced it. Yeah.
Wild Assault with this move. This move is so inoffensive. I'm annoyed that they put it in the game. I do not see the purpose.
All right,
I don't see the purpose.
Okay.
Can only be triggered during a counter hit, and specifically a slow motion counter hit. So if you get like a far slash or a heavy slash and you get the big slowdown, you can press forward and dust to activate counter blitz. So pretty cool. I like the animation. It's very impactful. And the big thing about this is it's very easy to do and very easy to understand. Besides Wild Assault just being way too strong, another big reason.
Excuse me. This seems to me like, wouldn't a lot of counter hits trigger sometimes like full combos? This seems to me like just almost a bit redundant. Am I crazy?
Nope. That's why I said it's redundant. I don't know why they put it in the game. You've got the slowdown in this game is intense.
Yeah.
Like one of the first things I said about this game, and I think I said it at the Red Bull thing, I was like, you know what's cool about Strive? And everyone memed it when it says like counter.
Counter.
I was like, but I want my mum to be proud of me when I counter hit you. I want my whole street to know that I hit you when you try to press buttons. I think that's cool. It's a bit over the top, granted, but I liked it.
I like
and
it.
the reward was that you've got half an hour to fucking concoct your craziest combo and do it on them.
Yeah,
But
look,
now,
yeah, sorry.
yeah, that's it. But now you press forward and a button, and it does a fucking auto combo for you.
Yeah, this is where look. My experience is literally like Slayer in practice mode, right? So, and I was even like, I know enough to see this. Like, why this seems like, huh? But
Why?
I see what you mean with inoffensive. Like, in two ways. Like, to the players, like, you can't find this offensive because, I mean, it's on hit. It's on counter hit. And,
Yep.
yeah, it's just damage.
Can't hit with a
It's
big
just-
button, by
it's
the
just-
way. So you can't do it from like jabs or light kicks. It has to be like a
Okay.
big button counter hit.
But-
To slow down. Yeah.
Thankfully, but obviously this is a clear reduction for now in offensive capability because this is literally on counter hit, and previously you had shit that's insane on hit and on block, right?
Yes, but Finn, I again, I'm hoping I'm wrong, but this seems pointless because you're spending half your burst to do.
Oh
an
yeah.
auto combo.
Oh wait, you still wait. You still spent half your burst on this
Oh.
shit.
Sorry, yes. So, like I said, it's a replacement for Wild Assault, so it doesn't act like Wild Assault, but it costs the same.
Yeah,
This costs your burst.
Okay, if you ask me now, if I'm not a casual who wants an auto combo on a button, I would probably almost never, unless specific scenario, do this. That's my impression right now.
But so I would love that to be the case. I want to defend this. I can't because anyone, well, I won't say anyone. My granny could confirm a counter hit in this game. Everyone could.
Yeah, so why is it there?
Inoffensive. I can't even be mad at it because it doesn't ruin anything.
Yeah, exactly. But that's a good point, right? So I like that you're critical of your own shit, but the big picture is basically it would be like they removed Heat Smash and gave you a universal heat follow-up that you can do instead of your wall combo that does the same damage and gives like shit Oki. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, well, it's mad dumb that it's here, but at least Heat Smash is gone. You know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
So it's kind of win, you know?
There is one thing that it's useful for, which I guess it's such a pedantic point. Well, maybe it's not a pedantic point. I think it's a pedantic point. Most people won't. When you do this new blitz counter thing, if you break the wall, after the wall break, you get a hard knockdown. So you could spend half your bar for a hard knockdown if you're close. The whole mechanic is meant to always, well, I say this. The mechanic is there to push you closer to the wall so you get a wall break. That's kind of the point.
Yeah.
In my mind, I'm like, if I get a counter hit, I can do a big enough combo that I build the tension to break the wall with a super and I get a hard knockdown.
Yeah.
So there is situations where you don't build much bar because of he'll talk about it anyway. But yeah, there's a tiny reason why you would use this over anything else. It's very, very small, and I think even casual players probably aren't hit confirming these buttons. So the buttons that do this are cancelable. So they're probably pressing that button into a special anyway. So you won't get the big combo. So if they can't hit confirm it into like, oh, I hit a counter hit, let me stop doing the next button, dash up and do whatever I want, they're not going to go, oh, I'm going to do this counter blitz attack. It still requires the same hit the hit confirm, but the slowdown so much, if you can't hit confirm these counter hits, fighting games probably aren't for you, respectfully.
By the way, quick thing, because you and me are both smokers occasionally, and we have a toilet break situation maybe. Before we continue this, because now it gets interesting, how about quick, like 5-minute break?
Yeah, I'm down. Or I've stopped smoking, I vape now. Yeah, I know.
That's the blitz change. That's pointless. Why are you doing this?
I'm counter blitzing on stream. Look, listen.
You're literally... it's counter blitz. It's... Well, that means you're not gonna go out anymore, huh? So you don't...
No, I don't go outside in the...
Well, fuck it. If you come back, or if you come back earlier, you entertain the stream for a moment, right? I'll
stay here. I'll stay. Stream can ask me questions and shit.
You stay here. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Because I also gonna check on my end if JD is fucking lying to me and your mic is annoyingly low compared to me, because I would be very much amazed if no one yet has mentioned that to me. And if you honestly, because I tell you what, as I nearly said as a streamer, as someone who occasionally does this shit, you know what's really annoying? When people give you misinformation about like audio and shit, or like lag. You know what I mean? That drives me insane. When people say like, yo, it's lagging, it's fucking not. Yo, volume is low, it's fucking not. You know what I mean? Bro, you don't know, which means I will check this now, I will come back, and if it's not the case, I will ban you. Okay? But C4, you take over. Maybe someone has a question about whatever it is.
Okay. Godspeed.
Any
GT.
question for C4? Or guys, anything in chat, anything. Okay, I'm back in like
anything.
Maximum like 3-4 minutes maximum, and then we continue this because now it gets interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely gonna get I'm gonna get triggered, chat. So stick around for the fucking fireworks. But yeah, any questions, chat, go for it. Doesn't have to be a big.
Wait, no questions. See, Jam is fun. That's a good question. No question that take any system changes here already, because I think now this shit is interesting. Okay, no question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We don't talk about the system changes. You can talk about characters, but no system changes. Is Jam fun? She looks fun. She's. If you like offense and you like making your opponent squirm, she's your kind of character. She doesn't really do anything other than like get in your face really quick and do shit. She's very Makoto-esque. I don't know about Tekken. I don't think there's a character like Makoto in Tekken. Why does Strife feel like you aren't allowed to have fun? Fun is subjective. I spoke to Sophie this morning on her stream. I'm picking up some good habits. I'm going to be very political with some of my answers. If you like traditional fighting games, Strive is all right. And if Strive is the only Guilty Gear you've played, then it's probably good. I don't play Strive because it's traditional, though. That's not why I play Strive. I played Strive because it was different. I wanted to be the hipster. I'm going to start... Okay, if I dodge a question, pull me up. I'll try not to dodge questions. But I will give like philosophically soft answers like, well, if you like it, you'll like it. Like dumb stuff like that. It's because I understand why people like Strive. I don't think I'm that deep into like Tekken hatred where I'm like talking to people in terms of, I can't believe you don't like this. I'm not saying Tekken people do that, but it's getting close to that. I get why people like Strive. I fully understand it. It's just not for me. And if you like anime games, I probably would say Strive isn't quote unquote anime. It's not the high intensity matches that you can get from like a tag game or something. But tag games are my shit. Like I liked tag games before I played Strive, and I was like, oh, Strive is a 1v1 tag game. You don't have, you can manipulate B and minus. I think that's super cool. I can do a reversal and be safe, which sounds regarded in most other aspects when we're talking about fighting games. But I like to find ways to break that rule. Example is, we was talking about reversals being safe because you can RC, you can Roman cancel them. So I'd walk up to someone, and in Guilty Gear, backdashes are invol, like there's massive invol frames. So you would run up to someone, and if you backdashed, because they're not contacting you with the reversal, they can't RC it. So you could bait someone's DP still. It's just not in the same way you do it in Street Fighter, where you'd like block it. You would dash up to them, backdash, get your invincibility frames, and then punish them on the way down because they can't RC it. You still waiting for Blaz? I hate 2 games. I hate 2 games in my life. One of them is Tekken, one of them is Blaz. How do I feel? Dua Lipa. How do I feel about Dua Lipa? She makes good songs. I think that's what you're asking, right? Oh, sorry. Which Zhao is the more interesting to you and why? I think Strive Zhao was interesting, but only because of one move. Actually, no. No, they're equally interesting in different ways. Strive Zhao is cool because I think a pose is really interesting. Having a puppet that can just randomly make a wall, or a guard point wall, so you could hit into it, but you couldn't do anything to it, is cool. But they nerfed Break the Law, which is the move where he turns into the puddle and he goes across the ground. In every other Exert game, he's incorporeal. You can't touch him. You can't interact with him. You can't hit the ground and hit him. He was a puddle on the ground and you couldn't hit him. Then they gave him a hitbox in Strive because they were like, oh, people can break the law and make burst with, which is what they fucking did all the time. That was the cool thing about Break the Law. He was breaking the move's called Break the Law. It was like, oh, it's cool. Break the law, break the rules. They made it so you can get hit out of Break the Law. So Oppose is cool in Strive. Break the Law is cool in every other Guilty Gear game. And Dead Man's Hand. That is also, bro, Guilty Gear has the sickest names. Dead Man's Hand was the puppet, Eddie, had a command grab. So you could be full screen and command grab someone. So sick. For the Zao player, probably not for the other person. How do you feel about Melty Blood type Luminar? I like Melty. I think Melty has a very good feel for mobility. I don't really like the characters in the lore. I played Roa. Roa's cool. There's a lot of 1,000-year-olds girls that look about 16. I'd rather play Den's Fighting Herds on stream. But it feels fucking amazing. Melty feels amazing. If you're into that kind of like, it's a very floaty anime game, to be fair. It's not sharp. It's very like whimsical. It's whimsical mobility, but it's cool. It is fun.
I'm back. So
back? Yeah.
I have interesting news and I have not so interesting news. The not so interesting news is that you were not annoyingly low compared to me.
Okay.
You were a little bit, tiny bit lower, which I probably now have fixed. But that means Amy, Josh, mods, 10-minute timeout on his ass. If you can still find him, find him. 10-minute timeout. Boys. Thanks. Then, just quick thing, because I think it's fucking funny before we continue. Mm-hmm. You didn't happen to see my newest video, right?
I have not. Is it the one with the fucking Yoshimitsu thumbnail? I haven't seen that.
Yeah, that guy, it doesn't fucking matter, but he like, you know what? Watch it like tomorrow or whenever you have time, yeah? But just know that funny enough, I got the right candidate again. After I did this video, I got messaged by people telling me, oh, yo, by the way, did you know this guy's like a pedo? And I was like, what? And I expected they are now telling me that this guy on like Tekken Zaibatsu or some shit posted some hentai or some fucking shit and tell me, yeah, he's a pedo or some shit. I thought like they are like a bit dramatizing, yeah? And you know, wait, I read it out to you. What I then, I'm like, what is it? Blah 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 pedo shit, and then I mean like blah blah blah. If this is significant, yeah. And then you know what fucking hits me? This guy who like wants to balance Yoshi with her eye, yeah. And then I get sent a message. Yeah, he was get this, yeah. Get fucking this. He was bragging about convincing his 15-year-old niece to dress up as his favorite waifu from Tekken. Now he was. Did you? C4, are you still there?
I've got a fucking brain aneurysm. Put
Well,
him in a wood chipper. Put him in the wood
I
chipper.
was in Discord and I was like, yo, what? And then one of my friends is like, yeah, but fuck that. What's his favorite waifu? That is the question we need to ask. Well, what do you think, C4, from the... Or chat. What do you think his favorite waifu is from Tekken?
I'm going to go with Lily or Asuka.
Lily or Asuka? Okay, chat. What do you think? Sorry but I just wanted to mention this because I probably never can bring this up again. So I'm just Katharina, Bob, Bob, Panda, Ling, Lily, Xiaoyu, Christy. You're wrong. It's an obvious answer. It's an obvious answer if you think about it, because there's a famous Tag 2 ending. I mean, a guy who is clearly fucking deranged, right? What does he like? What does he love? What would he love in his life? Sex bot. So it's obviously Alisa.
Oh my god.
Yes. Of course. Yeah, that just I thought I'm gonna bring this in here because it's obviously fucked up. Oh look, see this Zato1 GGST. See, every time I do this, I did this with MK. I stream MK. I get like actual players from the game here as well. It's pretty cool. Pretty fucking cool.
Oh
Nice
yeah,
that you're here.
yeah, just saw him.
Yeah, I just thought I'm gonna give you all a traumatic memory to remember from the stream, and there you have it. Well, now, where were we? Shall I just click play and see what happens?
Yep, let's continue going downhill.
All right.
The developers deleted it was that they felt that it was a little too complex for more casual players. Most casual players wouldn't even use Wild Assault because they didn't really see the benefit of it. The devs felt that it took too long for you to play the game too much for you to actually see the benefit of it and start using it. So Counter Blitz, on the other hand, is very straightforward and very simple. Get a counter hit, activate it, get a big, damage spike, get a hard knockdown. Anybody of any skill level can do it and see the benefit of it, so players should be able to start using it right away. You don't have to have, hundreds of hours before you start using a basic mechanic. Now, the big benefit of it is using it near the wall because it will...
One thing, sorry, don't want to, but I need to ask a question here.
Yeah.
From my understanding, as someone who is, I wouldn't even consider myself like a hardcore fight. Well, I guess I'm not a casual, so many people would probably call me a hardcore fighting game player. But when you described to me what Wild Assault is, and also when I watched in videos what Wild Assault is, when he just said the reasoning of the developers, funny enough, was that they felt this was like too much of a complicated mechanic. To me, that seems outlandish. To like that Wild Assault doesn't seem particularly complicated to me. Am I crazy?
It's not complicated. This is a very... I think this is a very good demonstration on how visuals can make things so easy. I think they did a good job, and now it's like they didn't believe how good of a job they did with Strive by saying that. I don't know if they said it because I didn't read the fucking transcript or anything. But if that is what they said, then I think it's scary because
Yeah.
it sounds like they're lost. It sounds like they're very lost.
Yeah, and in general I don't like when developers, because this is the jump over to Tekken occasionally. I really despise when I get the impression that the developer thinks their player base is fucking dumb. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I really don't
Yeah.
like when I get that sentiment. I'm like, yo, that's not a game for me. But okay.
Always trigger a wall break, meaning that it is a great way to trigger positive bonus and get your meter up.
Okay.
Oh
The
shit!
other
Sorry,
huge
I was
benefit
wrong.
of it
You don't
is-
get a hard knockdown from that. I don't know why the fuck you do it then.
Positive. Oh, yeah.
That it actually locks
You get
the
positive for
opponent
breaking
out
the
of
wall.
their
It doesn't
burst.
matter how
So
you
if
break
you want
it.
to get some damage, but you don't
Yeah.
want your opponent to be able to burst. This is a great option. If you look at Soul's burst gauge right there, you see there's an X over it. So he's not allowed to burst
Oh my! It's
until the
worse
entire
than
animation is
Wild
over
Assault.
and he stands.
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
I mean,
It's what because Wild Assault took away some of your bar. This just stops you from bursting because it's in a cutscene. That's what supers do. I don't
but
know.
isn't it just like a burst save mini combo?
Yeah.
But wasn't that didn't you say they already went into that direction?
That's what Wild Assault did. They could have just kept Wild Assault
I
and just
see.
not let you do it on block. You can only do it on hit.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Up again. As you can see, Counter Blitz seems like a pretty straightforward mechanic with some pretty solid utility behind it. Next up, there is a big change to both hit boxes and hurt boxes. Starting with
This
hurt
pisses me off
boxes. Hurt
so
boxes are
much.
now basically uniform across the board. There are two types. There are regular characters, and then there are large characters. The purpose of this change is to make combos more uniform across the board. Instead of having to learn a specific combo for Milia, and then another one for Chip, and then another one for Nago, and then another one for Soul, you only have to learn a maximum of up to 2 different types of combos because there's only 2 types of hitboxes now. Large, which is Pot, Faust, Nago, Gold Lewis, and Bedman, and then regular, which is everybody else. So that's a very good change because it's just going to simplify the amount of combos you have to learn without things getting too crazy and too complex. For hit,
King,
Boring.
you go off, King.
Boring as fuck. Like, yes, Rev took it a bit too far. We've gone. Look, this game, you could have B&Bs. 100. In Rev, there were some characters that couldn't do the same combo on a standing opponent. In this game, everyone who's standing, you basically do the same thing. When it's air to air or ground to air, is a little bit. Sometimes you have to tweak it. Sometimes, but you could find a universal. You absolutely could find a universal. They've streamlined a fucking straight line. I don't know why or how. I don't know. Maybe a casual player is crying into their pillow, going, "The combo I learned for 10 minutes doesn't work on everyone." But again, go play checkers. Go play Snap. Go play Solitaire. Like,
Hey guys,
Fine.
careful, right? I see a very good change. Actual tourist statement. Nothing against my bro here, yeah, my arcane merchant, yeah. But. So, what's funny about this is actually an aspect where Guilty Gear historically has been obviously more complex and more rich than Tekken, because in Tekken usually you had only, it's kind of okay, you know what, this is funny because in Tekken you kind of have that, you have actually, most would agree, you have two kind of character types. You have the biggies where you get crazy combos sometimes, crazy enhanced wall enders, even sometimes literally guaranteed like unblockables or some shit. This kind of still even is in Tekken 8 where you have, I forgot what it was, Xiaoyu has a thing, a kind of cool punish or follow up on Jack. But usually it's just those two things and you don't even need to take advantage of the big boy stuff. Usually people do that. If you're like a competitive player, you learn the one wall ender you do for like Bears and Craig Marduk and shit, right? Which does like super good damage. But what's funny is, it's kind of funny because usually when it happens, it's cool. Like, oh, he did the specific combo, he did the specific punish, he did the specific follow-up that works on this character. But what is actually a true statement is that players on all skill levels, I have heard players on all skill levels in Tekken also complain about this. The famous "my combo dropped against bears." Now, I will say that Tekken 8 even has reduced this. Previously, the difference in what combos would work on every character varied more than it did now. But I still hear people, funny enough, in Tekken complain about this. So I don't really know what to think about this because I like it. Because I like this very much because it's a combo game. Where you said you can find a universal that works every time, but you can also like really express yourself and really shine with like in-depth knowledge. It's not really something where you need to do this, like you need to super hard express yourself here, otherwise you can't baseline play the game. No, it's like extra. It's extra cool stuff. And to me, I dislike when stuff like this gets simplified, and I don't. But again, I have heard to this day people complain about that in Tekken from every skill level. It's not just like a scrub or a casual complain about this. Quite the opposite. A casual wouldn't even know about this in Tekken. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when I have a bit of a problem when people say, "Oh, it simplifies things," and that's a good thing, because that's, for me, it's not a general statement. Like I dislike this. Like, simplifying is not equal good, in my opinion.
Mhm.
And everyone has like their line, I guess. I think everyone has their line. Everyone has their personal line where I don't like the simplification of this. Good example for this is the Tekken Oki. The Tekken Oki was such a big part of the game and such a significant part of the game in terms of, let's face it, the most important thing about a fighting game is damage at the end of the day, right? Damage. And this was a very significant pool of damage and threat, the Oki system of Tekken, historically. This is one of the biggest simplified regions of the game since Tekken 7. And while I dislike that they've changed this, that is a region of the game where I can see why you would do that from a company's perspective, because it was so threatening that just the act of knocking you down could potentially lead to an almost like round deciding interaction now, just you getting up, just you wanting to return to the action. That is an area where I can see why they did it, and like I'm kind of like, I accept this. You know what I mean? Like I see why. I kind of accept it, and I see why you did it, and I think it's a valid reason. But this already, stuff like this, correct me if I'm wrong here with Guilty Gear, this already borders to me at the region where I'm like, this is like oversimplification.
And on top of all that, look how late in the game it is.
Very late, yes.
Very late to be making the game more accessible. Who is the clientele? Who are they doing it for? Maybe people still jump in and buy and strive now. I guess so, but I didn't think that was the case. I still don't think it's the case.
It almost, I mean, maybe this is a test run for something they plan with the next Guilty Gear in the future, which is what they did with Tekken 8. With Tekken 7. This could, I'm not saying this is the case. I say this could be the case, because in Tekken 7 they did that. Very late in the game, they did some crucial changes. They removed tech traps throughout. The only thing was that they overlooked one here and there, but it wasn't supposed to be there, but just they didn't give a fuck enough to readdress this. But they removed universal like tech catches, and they already implemented we called it new tactics back then, which was the wall crush property. They already did a dry run for that in Tekken 7. At the time, we didn't even know Tekken 8 exists. So no one knew why they do this, but now we know it was a dry run for this, for an upcoming game. So maybe this could be something like this?
So they have done this before. So they added a 3v3 mode into Strive.
Yeah.
And that was a tester for Marvel Token.
See?
So they've done that. They've definitely done it.
Sorry, very quick. Josh, thanks for $5, my man. I think character expression should be the very last thing considered to be removed or toned down. I don't want the developers to tell me how to combo. Yeah, especially if you comboed in this game for like 5 or 4 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird. So I can clearly see why someone would maybe not like this. This is a change that's always... This is a change that is where I'm always kind of forced to take like a developer's perspective who, at the end of the day, it's my bread and butter and I make a product, right? So I want the product to it's this fight between idealism and capitalism, where as an idealist, the people who did Rev, or maybe even before that, were like kind of crackheads, right? They did shit where they're like, hey, this is fucking cool. They didn't think about, is this accessible enough? Does this find mainstream appeal enough? And it seems fighting game developers, and maybe also every other part of like competitive gaming or whatever you want to call it, they kind of more and more think capitalistic about it instead of idealistic. I don't know, what do you think?
Yeah. I normally I do think about, well, we're talking about how us as players feel, but does it make money?
Yeah.
I do accept that. I don't. Does this make them more money? Because, well, for them to say we made it more easier, if you've never played GUI Gear, that doesn't really mean anything to you.
No.
Unless you played it, unless you played it and went, it's too hard, and then you come back, which means they've already got your money anyway.
I mean, that seems to be seen. I mean, the reception overall is very positive. Well, at least it's kind of funny. I mean, at least when I look at like YouTube starting page, right? There I see like positivity, like best patch, goated patch. And obviously that positive marketing that the community now, the Strive community does, is gonna result in popularity, right? I mean, I at least saw that for 2.0 launch day, the game had like, what, if that is accurate, like 32,000 peak or something like that, which is very respectable. Extremely respectable.
The community are doing all of the good publicity, because there's been one or two people, I think I saw KZK, who played older GUI Gears, and they were just saying that, oh, they just made this game rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, look, I don't want to say this, right? Because I don't want to step on another. I'm a bit cautious to not step on other people's turf, right? But from what I see from this system change, at least until now, seems a little bit of a Tekken 80fication of Strive. But, well, how do I say this? That does not have to be bad for the majority of players. Because I learned something when I visited MK. I learned that what you like in a fighting game 100% does not apply to what other people like in a fighting game. And a very good example of this is MK's Oki. With MK11, they gave the player way more and like relatively potent defensive options on Wake Up. Mortal Kombat players on average seem to not like that very much. Very much not. The consensus seems to be that people don't like that because an MK player values his offense, and he is like, that motherfucker got a hit, he should fucking die. And that Oki system that they did in MK11 is way more akin to something you would see in Tekken. This resulted in MK players sometimes even saying, this motherfucker on the ground is more threatening to me than I'm to him.
Yeah.
Which is something that you can actually make the case sometimes in Tekken, where, you know, a well-played wake-up kick results in a counter launch historically, right? So I learned this, right? I learned that what applies to me and what I like in my game doesn't apply to what other people like in their game, and doesn't even apply to me when I play another game, what I like in that game, right? Because you sure as fuck would think that someone who is not a big fan of Tekken 8, which I'm definitely fucking not, would like maybe despise MKX, but I don't, because I play MKX for another reason, you know?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, but I can clearly see why you would have a problem with this.
Hitboxes. They've added a new type of hitbox called a follow-up hitbox. I would describe it as a phantom hitbox. Basically, the way it works is certain special moves and certain buttons now have a hitbox on them that only activates if the opponent is in block stun or hit stun. So the idea is they want certain attacks to be effective when you are actively hitting the opponent, but weaker when you throw them out at neutral. The best way to show this off is a close slash. They have added the follow-up hitbox on close slashes. So long story short, close slashes are no longer going to be like a be-all, end-all button. They're now going to more likely lose to jumping buttons. Next up, changes to burst.
So I can explain that real
Burst
quick.
now has a...
So in Guilty Gear, you have proximity normals. They're the animations that are dependent on where your opponent is. So if anyone's played like Super Turbo, ST, Street Fighter 2, when you're close to someone and you press this button, it has a different animation than if you was far away from them and they press the button.
It's like that's why people say close slash or fast slash, right?
Yes.
You press
Yeah,
you press basically you press the slash button, right? Slash.
Yes.
And depending,
it's one. Yeah, it's one button depending on, and the close and the far is talking about how far the distance from their opponent is. Notoriously, close slashes were super good at, well, not everyone's, but most characters had a really good close slash that Annie had. Really, really good. And they've taken that away, which I think is pretty bad in a game where you've got air blocking. You've got the 6Ps, which are dumb, and I would promote any button that stops you from pressing 6P, because I think the game looks ugly when you press 6P too much. But it's optimal, so I get it. But the problem is now is the skill of doing stuff like Annie-M with close S or close slash is that you had to time it, because if they were too high in the air, you would get a fast slash. So there was a skill with Annie-M. People will argue some characters were way easier than others, like Millie's are super easy, but there's a skill in anti-aim with close S because it's timed base, and now that's gone because the close S doesn't anti-air anymore.
Okay. Shall I continue?
Yeah.
New input. You can do burst by pressing D and S at the same time, or D and HS at the same time. This is to coincide with a change to Reflect Shield. Reflect Shield is no longer done by doing 214S. That input was very, very problematic. For one thing, if you were blocking low and then you tried to tech grab, there was a lot of times where the game would see that as a 214S and give you Reflect Shield, so the grab would be guaranteed. And then also, due to the fact that it was that kind of input, sometimes you wouldn't get it out when you needed it. So in order to fix all of that, they made it a very simple input of simply back, dust, and kick at the same time. If you just press all of those together, you can also do punch, back, kick, dust, and punch, and you will always get your reflect out, and there's very little chance of you messing up the input. There's also a change to Gold Burst. If you get knocked down and you wake up with a burst during the first 4 frames, it'll now be counted as a Gold Burst on your wake up.
Okay.
Dustin. Legacy gone.
This is a really big change.
What is oh wait, maybe let him
Because as you most likely know, Gold Burst results in a positive bonus, so if you do effectively hit your opponent with this on Wake Up, you could turn the tide of battle really quickly. To counteract that a little bit though, they did adjust the knockback of Gold Burst. It doesn't really push the opponent anywhere, so it is going to leave you a little bit more vulnerable if the opponent predicts you're going to do this. Next up, there is
bad legacy. Or sorry, a legacy change has just been fucking turned upside down. Gear Gear, it was very hard to get a reversal timing on your wake up for anything.
Yeah, well, I
And they
was
just
saying
made it
like this. What exactly is going on here? It seems like what Brian F sometimes talked about, that they implemented. Was it to Street Fighter 4 where they implemented like huge, like what was it, 10 frame reversal buffer on wake up? Is it like some shit like this here?
Yep. That's what it is. Massive buffer. You can't fuck up getting your reversal goal burst. Used to take skill. Now it's easy. You don't get punished if it's blocked, where in other games you could, because you could IB it and stuff. But for the most part, it's not that deep. It makes things more consistent, I guess. But yeah, they just made it easier. The change for the inputs is good, but again, like you've had the flex shield wasn't always in the game. That actually got added. So there's probably like 2 to 3 years of people having to do the quarter circle back input for a defensive mechanic, and now they just have to press back and 2 buttons. That's just muscle memory. That's fine. Yeah, the goal burst on wake up though, that was something that was pretty hard, and now they just made it easier.
Okay.
Is a massive change to PRC, the purple RC.
This is the nasty
one
shit
that happens when you do a move and then use an RC to make yourself safe. Usually if somebody does like a whiff and they're like, oh no, I whiffed, I want to make myself safe, that's when the PRC comes out. The devs felt that PRC in general is just too strong in too many situations, so they made some pretty big changes to it. The main aspect is whenever you PRC now, everything you do afterwards is going to be scaled, especially the damage aspect. So let's say that I do Jam's lunge here, and then I PRC it into a grab. As you can see, that grab did very little damage. So any situation like that now, any sort of lunging move or anything of the sort, if you go into a PRC for a limited time, you're going to have damage reduction on. So any combo or any attack that gets started from that state is going to do much less damage, basically to just make the game overall more balanced, because the devs basically don't want you doing something unsafe, winning the exchange, and then doing big damage. In the spirit of that idea, moving on to the
You gotta keep watching. He's gonna explain the other half.
And that is throws. Throws have been changed considerably. In the previous version, if you were in the corner and the opponent tried to throw you, and you actually did jump out of the way, they would just PRC and then 6P you on the way down if you tried to land on them with a button and punish them. However, that is no longer possible. If you whiff a throw, you cannot RC it anymore. An unsafe throw is now an unsafe throw. So when you try to throw somebody, it is actually much more of a commitment, and there's no way out. So if you get punished, you get punished. This is also true, of course, of command grabs. If you go for a command grab and miss it, you cannot PRC it to save yourself. They also decided to buff throw breaks. If you actually break a throw, they extended the amount of time that the clash animation is on the screen so that you have more time to recognize that you broke it, and they increased the distance that you slide away. So basically, it's a bigger reward for actually breaking a throw, because in the previous version, if you broke a throw, it didn't really feel like it made much of a difference. But now with the increased duration of the animation and the increased distance, it should make more of a difference when you actually break
Might start
someone's
smoking
throw.
again, Finn.
And lastly, going back to command throws no longer have invincibility to throws. They will actually lose to normal throws now.
Okay, they have invincibility.
That is a pretty huge change. Moving on to invincible options. Invincible options.
So, is that's the pink RC stuff, yeah?
Yeah. So what happened is from Rev or previous skill gears to this one, they changed the labeling of Roman cancels. So there used to be a difference between RCing in your active frames and RCing in your recovery frames. In this game, there is no difference. It's just a PRC. You PRC, you know, when she was doing her dash, that's in the active frames of the dash, and she PRC'd. And then when they did the throw, that's RCing on the recovery of like the whiff
Yeah.
throw. So they've had to explain it that sometimes now you can't PRC, and when you can, they're scaling. But before, they were just two different RCs. It was yellow and purple. Now they got rid of yellow. No, sorry. They still have yellow RC, but that's a guard cancel.
So the stuff in the corner is, so when he says it makes the game more balanced. So with the throw stuff in the corner, this game, opposed to Street Fighter, I guess, it has probably throw invulnerability on wake up or some shit, right? Or can you?
Well, backdash. Backdash is super invincible. Like, you're talking, depending on the character, like 20 frames. Maybe
Can you
more.
mash? Like if someone, can you get throw looped? Can you mash?
No, you can't get throw looped.
You can't get throw looped. So if I mash, I win.
Yeah, you mash backdash, and then you recover and counter.
But what's with strikes?
Frozen beat strikes. Yeah, Frozen beat strikes.
Oh, froze beat strikes. Okay. So, but
Yeah.
so was this like a problem? Like the throw in the corner are seeing that and then confirming that the guy neutral jumped?
Yeah, it's the accountability thing. It's the I went for a throw and now you can't punish me because I've RC'd it. But like I said, I've got the resources. Why should I not be able to do that? It was a problem in terms of. Actually, no, I actually don't think it was a problem because I think there was a cool mind game. If someone went for a throw and they can't PRC because they didn't have the meter to, that's more interesting to me. It's like, oh, damn, you bet it. You bet it all on this throw. That tends to not kill. Command grabs are a little bit different, but normal throws don't do that much damage. And you don't get an extension unless you RC. So they already removed the OS. You used to be able to OS it, where they programmed it so when you get the throw, the RC wouldn't come out because it's in an animation. But if the throw whiffed, you didn't get the animation, then you could PRC. So that was the OS. They got rid of the OS. So if you did a throw and you OS the RC, you would always get the RC on hit or whiff. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So they made it worse to do the OS because if you grabbed super early, if you grabbed and then OS'd it, you'd lose the damage from the throw because you'd RC them before you did the damage of the throw. And then it'll be scaled. Now, they're just saying, fuck the OS, fuck all of that. If you commit to a throw, you are unsafe. And being unsafe in GUI gear is a travesty. Because when you have meter, you should never be unsafe. That's the mind game. The mind game is, am I going to RC it? Am I going to make myself safe? Or am I going to do this thing and you hesitate because you're too scared to punish because I've got bar? Now that mind game's gone.
It seems a bit of it's a bit of a weird one. It's a bit like, for me, from an outsider perspective, it kind of is like you create this on purpose. You create an exception to your own rule for the cancel. And it seems it's almost like with Tekken, where certain characters are able to heat burst and heat smash in their stances, but other characters are not. Heihachi cannot heat smash in Fujin. He just cannot do that, even though other characters are allowed to do it. It's kind of weird, no? It's like kind of, I don't know. It's unelegant.
I think they might cause a problem as well because they've done the command grabs not beating regular throws. So a big brain play would be to wake up command grab to beat someone trying to throw you. Now you can't do that. They're just giving you less options to do on wake up, but they buffed goal burst on wake up, made it easier. So it's like you're trying to make it look more, like you said, more like a gentleman's sport, but you've allowed people to mash goal burst and get positive.
Oh, do they want is gold burst like an EXTP?
Yeah, it's like it's a reversal, totally invul, very hard to punish. I don't think you can punish.
Oh, it is hard to punish.
I don't think you can punish it actually. Like back in the day, what you could do is if you knew they were going to goal burst, you would jump into the burst, insta block it, which would reduce the pushback, and then you'd throw them, and that would be guaranteed. But you can't do that anymore. I'm 99% sure you can't do that anymore because I think the pushback from the burst is fixed.
How
So
much?
even if
How
you
much does the
ID
gold burst cost in resources?
the whole blue bar at the top?
The
All of
whole one.
Yeah,
Let's see.
you get them.
Seems pretty good, but I don't know if it's like, is it?
The-
In my mind, seems like really good as as a
It-
burst option on Waker, but I don't know how important, like how crucial the Oki here is. If you can immediately die if you're like super wrong, and that's why the gold burst is like nice.
the gold burst is nice because it's a table turner. Like if you knock me down and you try to do Oki and I hit you with a gold burst, for the next it's heat. If I've got a goal, if I hit you with a gold burst, my tension meter gradually builds up. Sorry, I don't know why I said gradually. That was a terrible lie. It grows. It goes up very fast.
So
Very fast.
okay. So if is the gold burst also like a launcher on hit?
No. So it sends you back to neutral, but I'm coming at you with insane amounts of meter. So then I can start doing stuff like
Yeah.
dash up to you, RC,
Yes.
slow you down, see what you're doing. Oh, you press the button at full screen and I've RC to slow you down. Now I'm going to punish you. Like you
Yeah.
get so much momentum, but you don't get guaranteed. You don't get a hit. You have
Yeah.
to still kind of work for the momentum. So yeah,
Okay,
they
I
make that
understand.
easier to do. But the technical stuff like OSing and me making
Yeah.
a read on your normal throw with my command grab, that's
Yeah.
gone. Why?
Yeah, it kind of seems like they want maybe more into a clear Street Fighter 6 direction, because maybe you're right, because I mean it's still kind of Guilty Gear, it's still kind of fucked up. It's funny, right? Because even this game, with how much I would probably lose my mind if you explained like Revelator to me, yeah. But like even this game compared to like Street Fighter this is not a toast. This is even still not a toast. This game, but it seems to me they want more to a toast direction. You know, where it's like in Street Fighter it's so simple, right? Some motherfucker, it doesn't matter. You watch some tournament, he hits low forward drive rush, you are in the corner, and now he's getting throw loop, right? And that is like this is almost like so universal that you get it, you understand it, you understand it. I could explain my mom did this, and I could teach my mom to throw loop in like 5 minutes. I could actually do that, and she would fully understand it and able to execute it, and she would even be able to watch Capcom Cup and be like, "Hey, he's doing the thing, like he's doing the thing," and this motherfucker guessed wrong. Like, yeah, right? It kind of seems to me they maybe want more into that direction, which doesn't necessarily. Obviously, I'm a Tekken player, so I kind of hate that shit. But to me, it's not. I don't. This like, if someone says I like my games compact and like streamlined and like, you know what I mean? I'm not saying you're wrong, but it's like less cool, I guess, for me personally.
100. Yeah, it's not. It's less interesting, but more enticing for someone who doesn't play the game to get.
Yes, it's
like, it's more clean cut.
Yes, which goes more into the less idealistic, less cool shit, into the more capitalistic, and we think about the viewer.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is one of a really big disgusting problem when developers start to think too much esports, and they think about literally the spectator who watches this shit and has no idea, instead of the player. That's where we get really dumb shit, in my opinion. But okay.
Can no longer be Roman canceled. This is to balance out the overall. Moving on to invincible options. Invincible options can no longer be Roman canceled. This is to balance out the overall risk reward of the game. So anything in the game that is considered invincible cannot be Roman canceled. That includes backdashes.
Oh, you could cancel back that.
Bro,
spicy.
This is horrible. This might be the worst change for me personally. This brought a tear to my eye. This was two birds with one stone. They got rid of so much. So yes, backdash RC was, oh my god, so good, because when you backdash, you are classed as airborne. So you could get really fucked up overheads. It was so cool because the execution was pretty hard. And you would do it you could do it all the time. You could do it as mix-ups. So you do like button, dash cancel back, RC. And when you RC in this game, which is cool because you couldn't do it in the other games, you can drift. So I can backdash, RC, and use if I use a dash macro 6-6, I can drift back forward and hit you with an overhead like attack, and I'm like 2 inches off the ground. Fucking gone, absolutely gone.
So,
And
I mean, go off.
wait, real quick. The other legacy thing is a lot of characters, not every character, but most characters had a thing where, because of how the meter system works in Strive, it doesn't take the bar when you do an overdrive, which is called the supers, right? It doesn't take the whole stock. What it does is it drains half, right? So when you got to like 75% ish, you could do super, right? And then the bar will start going down. But then you could cancel the super into RC.
I
So
see.
you basically get you could wake up super RC, and that basically was like, I spent 75 bars to beat invincible and wake up. They took that away, and that's been in every, well, I think it's been in every Guild Gear. It was in the last 2 for sure, and it's fucking hard to do because supers in this game aren't Street Fighter ones. They're not KOF ones, to be fair, but they're not Street Fighter ones. They're like half circle back forward.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw this. Yeah.
And they took it away. 75. How, again, I always have to try and think about, what about if a normal person or a normal fighting game player heard this mechanic, what would they think? Spend this 75 bar ish to wake up and just be invincible doesn't seem that fucking toxic. It seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
And they got rid of it.
I mean, when
Casuals weren't doing this, by the way. Only top players were doing this. Casuals are not doing super PRC. No, they weren't doing it. So it's not for the casuals.
it seems weird because, like, to me it seems a bit weird, or like not weird. It seems like they want you to, I don't know if they do. Do they want you to use your burst instead of?
They want you to get rid of your fucking combo breaker mechanic for a wake up. Why?
Yeah. Yeah.
People, I'm sure you, everyone in the chat, is more, triggered being in a combo than being knocked down. Because when you're in a combo and you want to get out, you can do that in Guilty Gear. But like you said, they're making you use the resource to get out of a combo for your wake up. When you've got invincible backdashes, but no, you still can do the invincible backdash. Everyone's got it, but now you can't RC it.
What is the consequence of that directly? Like, if I just back like this, the backdash in itself is invincible, right? But
the backdash is, but the recovery is counter hit. So if I
Oh,
read
you-
that
so,
you got a
okay.
backdash and wake up,
okay,
I explode you. Yeah.
yeah, okay,
But you could RC it and make it safe.
okay. So it's
But
okay to
into
me.
the mind game.
Big picture, like big macro picture, for the most part, not in every part. When someone earlier in chat said they're going against their own identity of like, you make shit safe, that's the right you have with your resource, they don't seem to like this. Like, you know what I mean? They don't seem to like this.
And I don't want to group people up. It's Strive players that don't like it. Guilty Gear players liked it. Guilty Gear players understood. Strive players don't like it because they're like, accountability, which I understand. Just not. You don't want a. This is why the game's fun, because you don't have accountability.
There's a thing. I understand the accountability thing because we want that in Tekken, right? Tekken is Tekken is a game about. It's kind of a great word. Like, Tekken is a game about accountability, but this is a game about avoiding it. The most, it seemed to be like the most you can. Like, your resource is for that, and that's where the fun is, and where mind games come to fruition. Is another form of mind game, yeah.
So good, man.
And it's kind of funny. We're like a yin and yang, bro. You and me, you know.
We played polar opposite games, but I think we come to the same conclusion because the reason, I would say for the most part, the reason you play Guilty Gear offensively is to get meter to take the piss. You build your tension with offense, and then you're rewarded with, now when the shoe's on the other foot, you have a little gimmick to get out potentially.
Yeah.
That's what you earn. In other games, I'd say most other games, your offense is rewarded with more offense.
Yes.
This game, your offense is rewarded with, now you have a get out of free jail card, kind of, to a degree. Like someone in the chat said, they're Johnny. Johnny doesn't have a wake up. He doesn't have a meterless reversal. So doing something like super PRC is how you'd get out of sticky situations because his backdash is very slow. Like you can react to punish that. If you didn't press the button and they wake, there's some characters where you can do jab, you backdash it because you're invo, you land, and you're still in recovery, so the person can recover from the jab and punish you. Some characters are like that. Johnny might be one of them. Johnny's a bit toxic, fair, but he should still have the right to get up. He should still have that right. Every character should have the right to get up with an invincible action. It doesn't have to be a reversal, just an invincible action. We should all play the game, especially in this game where fucking you die in 2 combos.
So far, what we see here, right? We're halfway, we're 60% done with the system changes. What we have here, how would you say this? If you make it as simple as possible, what does it do to the meta? How does it form the game?
How does it form the game?
In what direction?
Well, you're going to see a bunch of more changes. I think they're trying to make the game more passive. Me in theory did a guide when Street Fighter 5 was on this like decline and people were hating it. We did a YouTube series called Guilty Gears for Street Fighter players, and now I think they're making Strive for Street Fighter players.
We get to the ask C4 why so. I mean, you can ask him, bro. Ask C4 why so many top players seem to be happy with this patch.
Because it's way better than what we had before.
Also, you would say that as well.
For balance, yes. But for
to me, it sounds like it makes the game also less volatile, maybe. Until now, I don't know.
So all the like animosity that you hear from our voice is me comparing Strive to old Guilty Gear. But if I'm comparing new Strive to old Strive, it's not that bad.
Is it not that bad or is it better?
Good point. It's not that bad in terms of creativity. It is better for balance. Like I said, being able to do a reversal and then make it safe from RC in any other game, I'll say is horseshit. That is dumb. But that's what made Guilty Gear. So yes, for a fighting game, it's more in line with a fighting game. But the closer it gets to the fighting game line, the further it strays away from it being unique.
It's funny because you kind of use like the same school of thought that Tekken players sometimes use, right? Bad for creativity.
Other 3D games.
It's bad for creativity, or like, and hey, that's what, like, for a Tekken game, what made Tekken, and that's, you know what I mean?
I am one of you.
Yes. Now this is your show, bro. It's not my show. It's your show.
I am one, but I will not review Bomb Strive. They can just go play it over there.
I mean, well, with Tekken, with Tekken, you know what the funny part is? Tekken players have kind of accepted at the beginning already. We had already the split. The split happened in season 1. And I was someone who accepted, hey, this is kind of our Strive. But you know what? I'm here for it because I can see where this is going. I was never an outright Tekken 8 hater. Never. But what they then did is like envision this patch, the 2.0, in a terrible direction. Like, not good for balance. Like, really not good for balance. You know?
Yeah. This is kind of I guess with balance. Oh no, I don't want to sound like Sophie. Hold on. Let me try and rephrase it in my head. If we all have the same value of what a fighting game is, which is probably going to be like the skilled player should always win. You shouldn't be able to do something brain dead and get a reward. If we all kind of share that same thing, the balance of this game is going towards that for sure. I especially with the character. The character changes are way more acceptable in terms of, well, We want everyone to have a fighting chance. But even when Strive came out, a lot of the talk was about how big the damage is. Now, Gear Gear has possibly the most intricate system for damage. It's fucking insane. Characters have defense modifiers, guts, and that looking, I don't know if it's a simple way. Okay, a simple way to explain it. In old Guilty Gears, there's like a threshold in your health bar that you can't see. It's invisible. You just have to know it. Where the closer you get to death, the less damage your hits do. And a smart way around it that people developed was like, okay, cool. The scaling's so hard when they're at like 25%. What I'm going to do is come up with combos where they have lots of tiny hits, because that's how you work around scaling. Because scaling is like, these heavy attacks do less damage. But if you do lots of light attacks, you do more damage overall. And that was dependent on a character, because some characters had a high guts but low defense modifier. Pot, he's a big body. Pot would fucking, you couldn't really one touch Pot, but you could easily get him to like 10%. Where Chip was the opposite. Chip was like, if you don't kill him in one shot, you have to hit him a lot more times. It's so fucking intricate.
Okay.
And it made, on the corporate side, what we were talking about before, it does a really good job of making matches hype, because the game forces you to go into a low health threshold. So everyone's fucking biting their nails going, oh my gosh, who's going to get the final hit? But the health bar is designed to get low fast and stay there with most characters. But they're like, the Strive community was like, why are we doing so much damage? The fun part of Strive doing loads of damage, I'm going to get you a clip with someone who dies to Slayer in literally one hit. You go next. You queue next. It's so much better to die in 10 seconds than to, like, everyone. I don't mind it because I play tag games, but most people hate long combos. This doesn't have long combos. They're quick and do a lot of damage, and people still moaned.
It's
What are we gonna do?
It's I mean, it's funny because where exactly? I mean, I'm also on your side, funny enough. Or it's kind of weird because Tekken 8, right? You saw. I mean, it's kind of the purpose, so I can bring up Tekken. It's kind of the fucking purpose of this. You see a lot of people say Tekken 8 has high combo damage. We have such high combo damage, which is, it could not be further from the truth. It's actually the opposite. The combo damage in Tekken 8 is extremely low. As low as in no Tekken game ever. Extremely low. Because you do on kind of max for the average characters. There are some outliers. But you do like 100. You like 50%. 50% damage. But usually, if you're not in heat, 50% of that is recoverable. So you only did 25%. Because the real damage, you only did 25% real damage. If you're in heat and you get comboed, you get launched, 90% of that combo is recoverable. So literally, if someone heat engages on your ass with 100% HP and you then manage to launch him and he has heat active and that doesn't drain while he's getting comboed, he gets protected by a sort of paladin bubble, and you did effectively, for real, only 10% damage to him, which is crazy. It's one of the things this is something I really dislike about Tekken 8. It is very subcutaneous, like under the skin, right, of the game. But I really hate this because it draws out games. It is almost an inflation of game. It's too. We already, because in Tekken, I guess also opposed to Strive, we have 3 rounds you need to win, not 2. It's something about Tekken. They changed this, I think, in Tekken 5. I think, where you need to win 3 rounds, not 2. Which is, we already have a completely different match meta in Tekken. You don't need to reduce damage that much, and to me it inflates a game. It makes the game drawn out. So from my very personal perspective with Tekken, I kind of have to play more of a match I have to play so much more of it, of interactions I find more and more uninteresting, quite frankly. And that to me makes it almost like what's the right English word? It's like I need to like drag myself through the slop round. You know what I mean? Opposed to Tekken 6, where well you get hit, and quite possible a character can do like 60% on you, and pokes do very high damage. But it makes the interactions also more meaningful, more valuable, actually more hype. And in my opinion, even in Tekken 6, we have enough rounds that this is already, the variance is, there is no, it's not a problem. There is no randomness variance, suddenly it's like explosive 50-50 or something, or who wins, I don't know, the damage is so high. It's not the case because of the you need 3 rounds to win. And also the fact that you couldn't fully realize Tekken 6's combo damage in every launch because the combos were probably like Strive, if you want to optimize, much more difficult. So you would not even get like launch 60% every time, not nearly every time, even at the highest level of play, because the combos were very intricate with their timing and how to convert to the wall and shit. But yeah, so that's just my perspective on that, I guess. Shall we continue?
Before that, I just want to. Can I?
Oh yeah.
Link. I want to show you. No, that's not the link. I did not. Don't click that. Don't know what the fuck that is. I just want you to watch the. What the? Why is it
It's
doing the same?
I don't know. I'm not clicking on it, but it's
Okay, I've got the real link now, and I'll delete those.
He didn't send me something weird. It was just a Google Doc.
And there's nothing in those Google documents. I promise. It's actually empty. You could click on it and you won't see anything. So if you can play this from the start, I don't know why it's skipped to the middle. It's like literally the first like 30 seconds. I want to know what you guys think about the rounds at the start of this video.
Yep.
It's come to that.
One moment. Need to check audio.
It's quite funny if you listen to Theory as well. This was the Guilty Gear to Street Fighter guide we made.
Like King of Fighters or Guilty Gear, and so you do, then this happens.
Oh, 6 H he's 2D.
Oh, overhead again, there's a counter hit! Oh my god,
This is,
oh look, look.
Holy shit.
look, he did it CT. Bro, you know what that was? Is he dead?
Pile Bunker.
He's dead.
Round of a fucking applause. That was pretty clean. And you know the worst?
That was a 2. He got hit twice. And
Yes.
he go next.
That's
sick. You get to play more games.
Yes, I like, bro. Look, this might is. I'm gonna just let this play. This might go again. This might go against some of the narrative that people say, because they're like, hey, but in Tekken 8 you get like you have like more interactions and stuff. Kinda true, but these interactions are not. These are not interesting interactions. Like, oh, he dash shit, right? Yeah, of course I block. You know what I mean? It's like it's not. It's not. It's inflated. Like it's inflated. Poking also is completely dead in Tekken 8. It's completely dead as a playstyle. It's completely dead. You completely. It's ridiculous how dead it is. And to me, there is a point where there is like an equilibrium. I maybe shouldn't use this word because I don't even know if this is the correct context here. Where like kind of the number of interactions you need to reach the acceptable non-variance for a competitive game is reached, right? Mm-hmm. And that is reached already. That was already reached with Tekken 6, Tekken 7. You don't need more of it. It just makes it more sloppy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There is some. So I don't know. Maybe Cross Tekken is the closest I get to that, where Cross Tekken has high damage but slow neutral. It's a very fine balance. I don't think other games do it well. So like Street Fighter, if you have a slow paced game with low damage, it's very fucking boring. I would say for most people, it's very fucking boring. Tekken, I would say, is a slow game, and the pokes don't lead to big damage. Big attacks lead to big damage, but it seems like you're very scared to go for the big stuff because you obviously risk reward in your mind, right?
Yes.
But Guilty Gear, because you don't have the I'm going to get punished because I've got RC, you're more frivolous with your neutral. And you get those hype moments. Like the first one was a frame trap into a mix-up and you died. And there was an element when I was talking about the what you can do on defense. I forgot about this. Could you go back to the start of the video?
Yeah, I just want to quickly, I don't want to be an asshole and tilt Strive players, but like, I looked at this a little bit. These animations from Dizzy in that game, in this game, are detailed and better in comparison to Strive. How the Ghost and the Reaper kind of, I don't know what this is, but how they block and do shit. It's like, it's crazy. Do you see this? Like, bro, these animations are so fucking sick. This character is insane. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, Dizzy
So
players were not
beautiful.
happy. They were not happy with Strive Dizzy.
Oh, did they also confirm? Like, did they echo my sentiment as just a viewer?
Some of them did your argument, and some of them also talked about, as you can see, Dizzy's costume. You see a lot.
Oh, okay,
and
that's
they
not what.
kind of
Okay,
covered her up. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, there was two camps.
yeah, because okay, I see. Because for me, it's only about the detail of. You see, I mean, you can almost not see it, but it's like it's beautiful. It's so. Look how he helps her up. He helps her up. I think.
Yes, the Reaper helps her up. Yeah,
It's so cool. The amount of detail is every single frame of these animations is, bro. It's this is what I mean. When back then when Strive wasn't out yet, I saw this game, and I just thought to me, just purely how this game looks, I'm like, why is this not like literally Call of Duty? Like, you know what I mean? Maybe I was crazy, but I was like, anime is like super at hype right now. You know, it was like the end phase of like Naruto, I guess, probably around that time, I guess. And it's like, why is this shit not like, what's going on, bro? You know, I've never seen a more beautiful game in my life,
bro. That feeling that you just expressed to everyone. When I was playing this game, Theory was still playing Street Fighter, and I was like, bro, it's time to play this game. How can you not like it? And then he got into it. He started off with Axel, then he started playing Dizzy, and he really like grinded this game. And it was mostly, I could tell him all the mechanics, and he's a very like technical person. But I said, bro, just look at the game.
Yeah.
Look at it before you get into all the nitty gritty. Look at the game and tell me it doesn't fill you with joy looking at all of this pretty shit. That's how you get people, and I think Strive did that.
Yes,
in a different way.
Yes, which is also why I'm not a big hater on Tekken 8 visual overkill or something, because I'm like, bro, visuals to me, even though I'm not the biggest fan of in Tekken's case, because in Tekken's case I like the super clean. I get, you saw it, right? The super clean Tekken 6, right? That game looked clean. But I'm like, fine if you need a visual overkill, because I can clearly see in the case if it's done right, like, holy shit, if it's done right, like here, it's fucking beautiful.
Mesmerizing, man. Game is so good. Masterpiece. I mean, this is where Arxis fucking just left one in the dirt. Like,
I always wondered how they were able to. It's super besides the topic, but because we're going to go to the beginning in a moment. But is there any making of, like literally developer diary? Do you know of something? Because I'm like, how were they able to make this? Because they were not big, especially not at that time, right? They were like absolutely not big. Like, how were they able to do this?
That is a very good. I actually might start looking for that as well. I don't know, because this was my first one. I went back and went, oh, Guilty Gear looked very, authentic with its sprites and shit. But this is a crazy upgrade.
Oh, someone says there is a GDC talk about Exert graphics even. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. Okay. There's a GDC talk for the animations. Okay.
I need to look into that, because ever since this game, people talk about Dragon Ball, but this was before Dragon Ball. This was the jumping off point for what fighting games can look like.
Yeah, I mean, just quickly, because KSID wants me to show this before we. No, we need to do this. This is obviously okay. This is a bit pixelated, unfortunately. But this is the old school shit, yeah. This is This is accent. Yeah, this is like accent core plus R.
Yeah, the names. They can work on the names.
I mean, to me, obviously, I don't know anything about this. But obviously, it's Venom. I know that he does crazy shit, or I think people probably say he did crazy shit. Now he's like watered down, probably. I guess.
Yeah,
I would bet.
absolutely. All puppet characters doing puppet things. Yep. It's so high paced, man. It's crazy, crazy game. I think I saw someone in chat saying, coming from Street Fighter 4, my eyes just couldn't follow this game. Like,
I mean, you're not supposed. You're supposed to rock, bro. Like, you're supposed to feel this shit.
Literally, you're not. I say it with a pinch of salt, but you're not meant to like wait. You're not meant to wait and space yourself to make something whiff. It's not that kind of fighting game.
Yeah. That's why I always wanted to play something like this, because Tekken is obviously exactly the opposite. Well, used to be. But I always wanted to play a game where you play. Obviously, there are all the setups, option selects you can do to like really make certain situations be like super reactive, but where the general flow is more you're playing like on anticipation almost.
Yeah. Hopefully, one time you get enough free time to watch the Guilty Gear videos I did with Theory, because I talk about all of this, and you're saying literally the same thing. Literally saying the same thing. Like, when you play faster games, there's a big misconception about you have to. It's too fast. But once you get muscle memory, you're not thinking that fast.
Yeah.
Muscle memory is half of the speed. Like, the same way in every game you can react to a throw. That's it. But when you react to the throw, you're not thinking about the inputs to take the throw. Well, maybe Tekken. Tekken's the exception, I guess. But other games, you don't go, I need to press this button and this button to take the throw. Your hands do that work, and you react with your brain. Imagine that it's just neutral. You're taking throws in neutral all the time. You'd be surprised how fun it is.
Bro, what's going on here?
Yeah, he's getting There's gaps in there. There was loads of gaps in that bit. Yeah, he could have got out. That's the thing. Like, it's the tech thing. He didn't react to the gap in the string, so it looks like it's just an infinite block string.
The fact you just instantly focus on, let me analyze how much bullshit it is. That's sick. He could have gone out. Yeah, he could have gone out. That wasn't even that crazy.
Yeah, I'll never get out of the fucking Guilty Gear hole, because it looks chaotic and bullshit. But as someone who's played it, it was like, nah, he could have IB'd and jumped out. He could have done that pretty reasonably. I've been there. There was one of the best players in the UK played Venom and Strive. I was in the same spot, and I was playing the charge character, so I'm already holding down back. But I have to find a way out.
All right. Then, oh wait, it's true. You said, did you forget what you wanted to?
I remembered. I'm gonna show you. Wrong video.
Excuse me.
The Street Fighter one.
Oh,
yeah,
beginning, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was talking about another defensive thing that you can do, which probably most people don't know about, but you're gonna see it in a minute. And the game actually tells you one of the good indications in the game. So when you see the dizzy, can you pause it real quick? There. So in this game, when you get dizzied, you're gonna see when Dizzy drops down. Oh, that's fucking annoying, isn't it? Talking about Dizzy on the character called Dizzy. You're gonna see like an arcade stick and buttons get mashed. There's techniques to mash out of Dizzy quicker so you can block. Because this was a 2-hit combo, even though there was 3 combos. When you get stunned and you stand back up, the combo counter resets. But you can mash out correctly. Like, you have to learn how to piano properly.
It's the DOA stuff. It's DOA stun break.
So even this two touch was preventable. It was preventable.
Yeah. It's like we're saying with DOA stun break, where you need to you
Yes.
need to
Yeah.
you need to do it like it's removed. So obviously with DOA as well, it's removed.
Oh my god.
They removed it in DOA 6. Yeah.
It was so cool because you get rewarded for getting your ass kicked. You can still get rewarded. Like games don't have to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
like you just fucking take this.
Bro,
up the arse
every
all the
fighting
time.
game goes through this, right? Like Strive, and in Strive case, it's like successful. So in Street Fighter as well, in Street Fighter's case, it is successful enough that people go like, "What do you want?" Right? I think Tekken right now, no, or it kind of completely falls flat on its ass with DOA 6, where it's like, okay, that's bad, right? But then people also have a point with, but the monetization was also really atrocious and features missing and stuff like that, which is true, but still ask competitive DOA players what they think about DOA 6, and they will react like you today.
Right.
Like really bad. Like if just go, Emery Reigns has a video where he plays with another old school player, and they like constantly just shit on the game they play. Like that's so bad. Like you remember how good this is? Like remember how good this was? Like remember what it's so bad. And Tekken right now is in this weird spot where it really has to be seen if what they do with it is, because at the end of the day, all that matters is bottom line. That is why they to this day have not removed throw loops out of Street Fighter 6, but they have removed them out of Street Fighter 5. Because Street Fighter 5 was in a point where they literally were like, well, it doesn't fucking matter, let's change shit, because the game is tanking. Like, obviously it's also because of the content, but the game is fucking tanking, and the players say they fucking hate it. And by the way, we have 8 frames of input delay in this shit. But with Street Fighter and throw loops, it's like everyone hates it, but literally you are breaking records. Literally you are topping with the release of whatever character it was. You are topping your launch player peak. Like that is insane, right? Like that is insane. That a game, especially a fighting game, after release can top their launch player peak. That is fucked up. So as a developer, you're like, why would we change anything? And Tekken, I mean, and this happened with Strive as well, right? Strive is, I don't fucking know, bro. Like, do you tell me 10 times as successful?
I would say so. I mean, some people got at me for saying that. I'm gonna say it in my chest. I think it's like 10 times.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be honest about the shit. I don't look, guys. I don't want to be. Fighting game players are very sensitive, especially if you have legacy, right? I am sensitive about this, but it doesn't help to be like in Delulu about it, right? Because Tekken 8 does right now as well as Tekken 7 did, and in terms of player retention, mathematically, that's just logic. It has the same player numbers that Tekken 7 had around its peaks, but Tekken 8 does that with 3 million units sold, while Tekken 7 did it with 12 million units sold. So the discussion is way more complex about the success of Tekken 8, right? Because in terms of player retention, it is literally, 4 times per math as successful as Tekken 7 is, which is just basic math. So, but this is, by the way, in the Sophie discussion, the fact, well, or not in the Sophie, I wrote to you in some Discord discussion this fact, because people, people don't want to think too deep about actual truth, like actually what's going on if it doesn't fit in my narrative. Because I'm willing to admit it. I'm willing to fucking admit it, that Tekken 8 doesn't as bad as people would like to have it.
Mm.
But it's still Tekken 8 is still in a bit more of a twilight zone compared to Strive, because if you are a Strive developer, you're like, bro, Strive did fucking amazing. It worked out. Like, of course we're gonna do it. If you're a Street Fighter developer, you're like simplifying the game and doing modern controls and removing the one frame link already in Street Fighter 5. All that shit brought us these numbers. So obviously we continue to do it. But Tekken is in this twilight zone where we don't know. We don't know because the community is pissed, but if the developers in the background are happy enough with the numbers. And this is where no one knows. Like, this is really in the twilight zone. It could go this way or the other if we continue with this game direction of Tekken 8. So it's actually really interesting to be a Tekken player right now, even though it's a bit of suffering, But it's actually interesting because you don't know how well, if you have seen Game of Thrones, right, they say every time a Targaryen is born, they flip a coin, and if it lands on the wrong side, you get fucking mad, right? And we still don't know how that coin fucking flips.
Yeah, I think before we go back to the patch thing, there's like three avenues I think there is for success, and 2 of them have been taken. I think Street Fighter was it's the granddad, like is the fucking oldest one when they went into Street Fighter 6 with like the modern. I just call them modern games, right? Every modern game has the fucking Wild Assault, Heat, and Drive Rush. Street Fighter 6. Well, Street Fighter did it because it's Street Fighter. It's the fucking godfather of everything. Strive did it because it had the beauty. Like no game looks like an Arc System game. So I think they just adopted what Street Fighter did in terms of being modern, but they had the looks behind it. I think Tekken could do it because they have the 3D avenue. They've got no fighting games like us. We are the 3D godfathers. But their modern mechanic didn't hit.
Yeah.
They just need to get a modern mechanic that hits. Heat was not it. But it's going to be harder in Tekken because Tekken's not used to having meter.
True, yeah. Yeah.
So they've got to find another way to do it.
So, sorry. We were at the Dizzy stuff, but that got removed.
Yeah, I think it used to be. Yeah, it used to be in the game. When Nago used to bite you, there were some command grabs that left you standing, and you would have to mash to recover so you can block in time. And if you didn't mash properly, you just get counter hit. You know the whole what are you standing up for? Osagi, no, that Ryan Hunter and Martin Obama commentary.
Yeah.
He got counter hit because he was trying to mash out the stun. That's why that killed.
Yeah, okay.
Because he was running back to his arcade stick to mash out the stun. He didn't mash properly because there's a way to mash where you hold dust and you plink, punch, kick, and heavy. Basically, your attack buttons, but you hold dust. What that does is you get faultless defense. If you're holding dust, you get a block. If you mash and you don't hold dust, you get an attack. So he didn't mash properly. That's why he got counter hit. So there was a technique, even when you're dying, when you get dizzied, there's still something you can do actively as the player getting your ass kicked to come back into the game.
Yeah. Okay, you wanna do the rest of this?
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go.
C was a very, very popular option at high level play. It is no longer possible.
Oh yeah, guys, this was the backdash. Where he stresses
anything
it.
invincible,
backdashes.
anything invincible,
Backdash
you can't
RC was
RC.
a
So
very,
reversals,
very
backdash, and
popular
supers.
option at high level play. It is no longer possible. This was used defensively and offensively, and it is now out of the game. The devs just felt that it was a little bit too strong, and they feel that all options that have invincibility should not be cancelable, so you cannot do it off of a backdash anymore. Next up, invincible attacks. So they want the risk reward of invincible attacks to be more direct and obvious. So across the board, any attack that is invul is now more unsafe. So an example here is Soul's uppercut. This is pretty much an infamous attack for being kinda hard to punish because he doesn't leave the ground for very long. But as you can see in this new version, he has a lot more delay before he's actually able to block. And this is pretty universal. They went ahead and added a lot of landing lag to all the uppercuts in the game. So any character that has an invincible uppercut is pretty much set up like this to where they just have a lot more lag and it's a lot easier to punish. Moving on to faultless defense, also known as FD, also known as barrier block. This received a quality of life adjustment. So barrier block is a very useful technique for pushing the opponent away from you. But something that happens to a lot of players a lot is
It's like
if
the
you try to
animations
barrier
of her
block
with
when
the
you
bunny.
might not
It's
have enough meter, then an
You would
attack
definitely
can
play
come
that.
out and you end up getting counter hit and dying anyway. So to minimize the risk of that happening, they have basically removed the ability to do that. If you have no meter at all and you try to FD, you will still go into the blocking animation. So now you, kind of like in Grand Blue, you are able to block at neutral even if you don't have meter. You don't get the benefits of FD, just the animation, and this is just to help you not get an accidental button and accidentally get counter hit. Also, her blocking animation with Usagi is really, really funny looking. Next up, there are changes to the wall break. Wall break being one of the biggest aspects of Strive in general,
changes.
and there's two massive changes to the wall break. First
How the bunny gets into this ball. It's nice.
of all, the wall
didn't think Finn
splat
would be
has been
into bunnies.
basically
This guy is
removed
cute.
from the game. If you hit
Wait,
someone,
what? Sorry?
massive changes to the wall break. First of all, the wall splat has been basically removed from the game. If you hit someone against the wall with a standing attack, you can no longer slump them. This was probably designed against Happy Chaos because he was one of the best characters at wall splatting, so that is no longer an option. If you put somebody on the wall, you either break them through the wall or you risk them teching in some random direction and ending up in a scramble. Next up, possibly an even bigger change, and that is a change to positive bonus after the wall break. In the previous version, if you broke the wall with a super, positive bonus would overwrite the meter penalty that usually comes with a super.
Oh
That is
yeah,
no
I saw
longer the
people
case.
talk about this. And pretty much people didn't like this, as far as I remember.
They don't like it, but it's logical. It should have always been this way. It should have always been this way. It's
The way it is now, or the way it has been.
the way it is. The change they've made.
The
So
change.
the change that makes sense because basically when you do a super, you get a it's like invisible, but you get a meter. It's not a meter penalty. It's like a deficit. So you don't build meter that fast when you do a super. But a workaround or a bug, I don't know what you'd call it. When you break the wall, you get a positive bonus, and the positive bonus would override the defective, like the negative side of you not being able to build bar. Now, all they did is when you do a super, you don't build that much bar because they don't want you to snowball.
Yeah.
So it was always in the game. It was just that breaking the wall overwrote it. It just went over the rule. So this makes sense.
It's funny that you say this because I saw many people not like this, like many people, not only like straight up tournament players, and I mean I can't speak for everyone, but there are probably people who like this. But this seems to me as well like a change where, obviously in a good sense, but kind of like with Tekken, where it's like, why did you now make these fucking 6 heat smash in the game not wall splat, right? This should have been there since day one. Should have worked like this. Yeah.
I don't know what, and you've got to think. Oh well, maybe not that you have to think. Sorry, I assumed everyone knows. When you get a wall break from a super, you're gonna see it. You get a hard knockdown.
Yeah.
So you spend tension, fair, 50%, break the wall. You get positive bonus. You basically get 50 tension for walking forwards,
with a super,
and you get Oki.
Yeah, that's
it was
the
a
thing.
horrible snowball.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing about it. Yeah.
You go into meter penalty like normal, and as you can see, you get very little tension back from the positive bonus. So now when you break the wall, you really have to weigh your options. Do you want to use an RC? Do you want to use a super? Or do you just want to break the wall normally?
Real quick, sorry, before he goes past this bit. What was cool, I say cool, most people don't like the wall thing. They just understand that it's the win condition. The whole wall situation with Strive is like its core, and I think Token's also going to be like that. They got rid of Slump, which is very annoying. He said about Happy Chaos. There was other characters that really abused it, but now there's no reason to think about what to do at the wall. You always break it, and before, bar 2 or 3 characters, you always broke the wall anyway. Now there's literally no incentive to keep the corner, because you can't, because they can tech out now. So every combo is going to be full screen because this game is like playing fucking fisticuffs in an elevator. It's so compact. Characters are massive, stages aren't that long. Every character can have a wall-to-wall combo. It's not hard. Some people do it easier than others, but most characters can get you at least mid-screen to the wall. Now they're always going to break the wall every single time. So they've homogenized it because Happy Chaos was really good at wall slumping, but you nerfed Happy Chaos into the ground. Why?
Yeah,
Why
okay.
bring these both at the same time? Why nerf the person who committed the crime?
Yeah, when you took the crime out, basically, yeah.
Yeah, you took the it's literally him, maybe Milio, maybe. Everyone else is breaking the wall instantly. No if, ands, or buts. And yeah, you nerf Happy Chaos. He can't really wall slump mix you anymore anyway because of how his gun works, it's just these two things should have come at separate times. Them coming at the same time makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Now you can't get both. This is a massive change, and it's really gonna affect how you play the game going forward and how you decide to spend your resources. Next up, low profile attacks. There is a universal change now to attacks that are considered low profiles. These are usually moves that slide really low and are very hard to hit. The devs feel that these attacks are very, very strong and very, very hard to counter. So any attack that fits this criteria of being like very low to the ground and being a crush now has extra scaling added on to both its damage and launch height. Keep in mind this also stacks with the PRC change. So if you do a sliding attack into a PRC, the damage is going to be that much more decreased. Moving on to the new damage proration rules. This is a new rule in effect that will change the damage scaling on
You'll probably like this
easy-to-land
change.
attacks. They have a list of attacks here: lunging special moves, overheads, projectiles, stand punches, crouch punches, and low profiling moves. So any of those moves from that list, let's say an overhead attack. An overhead attack is, they're usually fast and they're easier to land. So if you start a combo with something like this, it's going to have more scaling and it's going to do less damage. So basically, overall, you're only going to get really big damage from like medium pokes or heavy pokes, heavy counter hit, stuff like that. But if you start a combo from something that is relatively easy to connect, you're not going to get as much damage anymore, which will basically lead to longer matches and less of you dying from a single bad guess. Next up is...
Yeah.
I think if that was in Tekken, it would be like proration is basically scaling. It's a little bit deeper than that, but just think about initial scaling. It's the equivalent if they made homing attacks scale the next hit by 20%, regardless of the situation.
With the heat smash, they did something that's kind of around the corner akin to it, where they don't wall splat, right? Because it's a hit that it's not that the attack is like incredibly easy to land, like a fast overhead, right? It would be more like a super good low in Tekken. But no, you're right. Like in principle, I like this because when you have something, usually when you have something that super easily opens the opponent up, it doesn't kill them. I don't know what you think about. What do you think about it?
I think it's reasonable. I think for most fighting games, I'd be like, if this move hits 9 times out of 10, whether it be because you can't react to it or it's just one of those buttons. Everyone's got like a poke. Every game's got a character with a poke that you just can't approach them because the poke's so fast. Just don't let them get don't let them get a lot of damage off of it. That makes sense. It's like
even like in Street Fighter 6, right? Yeah, like obviously with level 3, it does a chunk, but the normal, even like kind of like optimal combos of a low forward drive rush, the damage, well, it's a bit tricky, right? Because the damage is like around, I think, 2,300, which is not that much if you spend like only 1 bar, right, for the drive rush. But obviously, it's kind of tricky because the actual win con is, let's be fucking honest, putting your opponent in the corner and throw looping this ass. Yeah. So
you don't get rewarded with damage, really. You get rewarded with positioning, right?
Yeah. But I mean, I guess still in this case in Guilty Gear, it's kind of, I guess they also, just the combo path alone probably brings you to your win condition more, because I assume from these combos with an overhead or something, you can also break walls and shit. Like you get to the wall, right?
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
So if you've got RC, you can do anything you want. It's fucking RC is like the genie of the game. Like it just whatever you can imagine. If you've got 50 tension, you can do it. It's cool, and this change is interesting. I guess the guy who's doing this video is kind of like doing surface level stuff. It's a long video, so it's fair enough. But because GUI gear, it has a system called risk. Risk is if you block too much,
Yeah.
the next hit that hits you, the next time an attack hits you, what it does is it deducts some of the risk meter, which is the bar just underneath the burst meter, and it goes, you see this hit, not scaled. Then the next hit, you still got risk meter, that move's not scaled either. So if you block for too long, the damage you're going to receive is going to be insane.
Yeah, yeah.
It will just keep saying not scaled, not scaled, not scaled. Oh, okay, you've run out of risk, now we kick in the scaling. So normally when you see a touch of death, it's because someone's been blocking for too long, or they haven't been faultless defense blocking. So
yeah,
it's cool that you can still use that to overcome like this move should scale a lot, but your risk is so high. So if you block like a long string, then you get the overheads, you get rewarded. But at that point, you should be looking for the overhead. If you blocked 5 attacks, you should be going, they're going to try and mix me up.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I should be ready for it. So yeah, I like that element. That's a pretty good change.
All right.
It's a universal jab. This is a crazy one. They basically went down the board and unified all the jabs in the game. So everybody's jabs now are 5 frames. They have removed all 4-frame buttons. So now everybody is on the same page in terms of trying to take their turn back.
Yeah.
It's no longer a case of,
It's
your
Tekken.
character has a faster
Like, you'll get
button
the
in
Tekken
mind,
treatment.
So, I'm in trouble when you get close to me. No, everybody is on the same page, so it's easier to understand when and where you can take your turn. Another
Stay
universal...
with me. Janai's. Yay.
I mean, people probably, I don't know how much, look, I'm in general, for the jabs, they did this in Tekken once. You probably had 2 categories, like 4 and 5. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in Tekken, we had 8 and 10. And they streamlined this, they got rid of that. At the end of the day, in Tekken, it's not not at all whatever how fast your fucking jab is, because it's very important. But it's a slippery slope thing, right? I can live with it, but what do you think?
I think there is, when we were talking about the Fackenram thing, I was like, I don't mind them not having a generic one, or like, 90% of the class have a 5-frame jab. I think it's cool when someone has a 4-frame, because that means you have to learn a matchup, but make them have a drawback for having a 4-frame jab. I don't think that's fine. At the time, Chip had a 4-frame jab, and Chip also has a DP, but Chip's frail, so you kind of can justify it. Like, he's got very low.
So it's the Akuma thing, yeah. He's allowed to have like,
yeah. He's glass cannon. He's the paper tiger sort of thing. Yeah, so I can justify it. I like I think jabs are cool when they're not all the same, but I can live with it. Like you said, it's a reasonable change. I understand the logic behind it.
Aspect that has been unified across the cast is 6P. Before, some characters clearly had much, much, much better 6Ps than others. However, now they are much more uniform, as everybody's 6P now low crushes on the 4th frame, whereas some characters would low crush much, much earlier, but now everybody's is the same. So now there shouldn't be a situation where some characters can 6P their way out and others can't. Next is count.
Is this good or bad? The 6P stuff.
It's homogenized. There's still upper ankle invo.
Yeah, but you didn't like that shit either. You didn't like it anyways, right? So do you like it now better?
That they made them all the same? I guess I hate them all equally now.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that better? It's better, right?
Better is too strong. Better it's not better. I hate it a little bit less. Because I spread it out to the whole cast.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still, the issue is the upper body involved, not the fucking frames and shit of it. Yeah.
Counter hit damage. They reworked the way counter hit damage works. So now when you get a big counter hit, they have removed the damage modifiers. It used to be that on a counter hit, you did 10% more baseline damage plus up to another 20% for risk. So that's why in the previous version of the game, a single counter hit could end the entire match, because the multipliers could really, really get crazy, especially if you just ended up blocking something. However, they decided to remove that. There are no longer damage modifiers on counter hits. Instead, the reward is simply the slowdown. So having the slowdown gives you access to bigger combos. So the bigger combo itself is your reward instead of doing basically a TOD. And this is, again, to make the matches last longer and make it to where you're not dying off of one bad guess. And that brings us to our final system.
I mean that counter hit change, I would think that most competitive players very much appreciate that, no?
I guess. Yeah, players want more interactions. I don't need more interactions in a round.
It depends. It depends on how many, right? Because I made the hot take that Tekken 8 has inflated interactions, right? And like meaningless slop shit. But how was it in Strive? Like, is it true? Like, was it like a single counter hit could like really completely fuck you up?
Yeah, like the game was, especially frame traps, because a frame trap, you block something first, that means your risk goes up.
Yeah.
Then if you get counter hit, you're fucked. But the game has burst, Finn. The game has
true.
burst.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. True.
And it has a wall break. The wall break is a very. It does too many things, so it's very hard to hate the wall, because what the wall does is the wall stops you from doing long combos. You like the tech in this game, which most people don't really explore, but some characters can. I mean, happy characters do all the time, but most characters were like, can I do a combo, then get behind you to take you to the other wall? Because that means I get a longer combo, means I get more damage.
Yeah.
If you do a combo from mid-screen and you get into the call quickly, you have to cut your combo short, which means you're doing less damage because you wall break and you get the whole fucking screen saturation. So there's things in place to stop damage being high, but they focused more on, I think, the things that made it interesting, which is counter hits. I think counter hits in every game is interesting because of how you get it. But they did this. I understand, cool, fine, but then why add that fucking blitz counter? Why?
Yeah, the blitz counter, I also don't really understand. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. But okay.
Mechanic change, and that is the buff to charge attacks. They went ahead and reduced the total number of frames you have to hold back or down in order to trigger a charge attack.
Oh, okay.
It used to be 30 frames. Now it is only 25. 25 is low enough that in most cases, all you have to do is a single
pretty
button
significant.
press, and you'll be able to get your charge attack. So with this change, charge attack should feel much less restrictive and much easier to perform. Soul Bad Guy. The focus of this change.
Out of all the changes, I wish I still played to take advantage of that one. 25 frames for charges is bonkers. But I could have done I could have done dash up close S, 25 frame charge for flash kick on a hitbox, easy, light work. I would be doing dash standing moves into flash kick, easy.
Yeah, yeah. So overall, your sentiment is a bit lukewarm, but your perspective is obviously like someone who's like really into, I guess, rev.
Yes.
But the overall, even your overall sentiment is that bottom line, yeah, this has made the game better, yeah? Overall,
the balance changes for the characters has made the game better. But for me, they have officially killed Guilty Gear. This is another game. This is a skinwalker. This game is a skinwalker of Guilty Gear, which is fine. Every game has to die eventually. But now Guilty Gear is officially dead, in my opinion. This is a skinwalker parading as Strive. Yeah.
So
But the game's better. The game is better.
So is that still like is this war, well, to first maybe answer that question. Like, in my opinion, when I see this, when it comes to specific things, but they have it's so difficult because they have a different context. Because when you said, for example, the counted reward, and I said like, yeah, well, I think that's kind of good, but then you said, yeah, but you have burst. I'm like, true. So it's like not always that easy, right? You can't draw these one-to-one conclusions. I would say overall, I clearly see things here where a competitive Tekken player goes and says that direction I would like. On the other hand, this is why I wanted to do this. We also saw a lot of what, because in Tekken, most of the time when you are a competitive player, you're also a legacy, not fanatic, but lover.
Yeah.
And we saw a removal of that drastically, very drastically. So I don't know. I think I kind of have my answer to, if the narrative is here, just pick something that fits your narrative and run with that, right? Like, oh, they, just pick a change about, oh, they removed Wild Assault. That's the patch. Like, they removed Wild Assault. It's like, yeah, that's like 10% of what they made.
Yeah.
And that's only the universal stuff. So it's like kind of like I suspected, where they pick Tekken players that have never played this and only from their peripheral view hear about this. Oh, Wild Assault, right? Like Wild Assault. And that was like the big I don't care offense into mix up on block shit. And they removed this. But yeah, at the same time, they also did what Tekken players really don't like. A lot. I mean, more than that. Like the positives here are overshadowed from a removal of legacy drastically, which the game in itself already did. Same with Tekken 8. So, and Tekken 8 patches also continued to remove legacy, which was always criticized. Well, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's up to Tekken players to decide if it's. This question is actually very funny. I would like to hear the answer of Tekken players to that. Well, I mean, I could answer that, but I don't value my opinion always that high enough. I care more about other people's opinion. If they were fine with a better, this sounds almost weird, but like a better competitive 3D fighting game experience, but paying the price of it becoming less and less Tekken. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, it's kind of like a monkey paw. It's like, yeah, we can make your game better, but in exchange, you will be less like Tekken. Would you want that? I'm assuming that Tekken players don't, and they don't have the divide like Strive does, where Strive people, I say it like they're a minority, but Strive people are different to Guilty Gear people. Strive people are like, yeah, you made our game better, because they don't care about legacy. They don't have a reference of legacy, which, Tekken doesn't have. So I think if Tekken players saw the actual patch and saw how much legacy stuff got taken out, they'll be like, actually, you know what? I don't know if that's worth the trade-off. I think if you counted up all the stuff that Guilty Gear lost in Strive, and you went to a Tekken player and said, okay, we're going to get rid of 8 legacy things, but we'll also get rid of Heat, you'd probably keep Heat, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is exactly that is the actual interesting question. You would kind of need to formulate, to be honest, man, it's almost like a really sad statement, but there is not much legacy left when it comes to the actual quirky legacy stuff that was kind of very cool about Tekken. Like, it's kind of sad to admit, but they did so much also to just circumvent it, right? Or to not make it happen as much. The legacy like situations, basically. It's a bit of sad statement, but it is true. I mean, also on the other hand, there were certain legacy mechanics that I'm not. It's always you need to draw your personal line, right? Like, for example, am I bothered by not having 8 or 10 frame jabs? No, I would probably find it fucking annoying, to be honest with you, in Tekken 5.
Right.
But do I care about the Oki, even though I have never fully experienced it because I played Tekken 6 and Tekken 2 as a kid. Yes, now I go back to that, and as someone who basically goes from, I don't want to say that Tekken 7 was strive. It not, in my opinion, wasn't. Tekken 8 is more like that. Tekken 8 is definitely more like that. But if as someone who played maybe soft form of like Rev, who goes now back to Tekken 6 to basically like Accent Core or something, I'm like, bro, this is sick. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I as someone who is not, who doesn't have a boomer bias, right? Who doesn't have, oh, it's just you only like that because that's what you played first, right? It's not that. And I go back to that game, and I can say for at least myself, yeah, that's sick. And I can see why they removed it to like appeal to like in a casual audience. But in my opinion, you know, it's this. I don't know what you think about it. It's this. You remove something that a casual would never experience in that way.
Yeah.
And I'm like, for example, there was this thing in Tekken Oki, which was you rolled back and you got killed for it. You could get refloated when you held back. The thing is, I still remember, literally, I was there. I played Tech Tournament 2 ranked. Do you know how many people did this shit to me? No one. No one did this shit to me. You know why? Because I was at beginner fucking ranks. No one did this there because beginners don't know what this is or how to do that. So, because you hear it all the time now, oh, they removed this legacy Oki because bad players or new players were fucked up by players who did this, or by legacy players. And it couldn't be further from the truth, mate. We have ranked. You play against people who are also beginners, who also don't even know how to do that thing. So it's like, to me, it never made sense, this argument, right? Oh, it's because new players get like gatekept by that. Bro, new players never see that gate, mate. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I don't know what you think about this.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's definitely changes. I think they're just bullshitting. They're trying to come up with a reason, and it's super easy for a dev to say like, oh yeah, casuals don't like it. I would love to see the casuals that says, I don't like this game because this character's jab is faster than mine. I refuse to believe anyone said that. That's a casual. But I think when I've had this like for years now, most people have a principle that they just won't like cave in on. And mine for Strive was, after all, even if you presented me Strive 2.0, if they change 6p to a reasonable 6p that's like, you know, hip or like stomach height, I could live with that. And if they changed back the RC so you could do it whenever you want, I would probably play Strive. Those two things are the breaking point to me. And I always think, and I don't know why I've never asked you this, if they took something away legacy-wise, like to take throws in Tekken, you don't have to do 1-2 or 2-1 or whatever. There was just a regular throw. Just a regular throw. Would you sacrifice the whole throw input stuff to get rid of heat? How much does breaking throws in the Tekken way mean to you that you would sacrifice it to get rid of heat?
It's a very, very interesting. It's a very interesting question. I would take it. Like I would take that deal, but that's because on one side of the table you have like, you give me like $1 million and you tell me to give up my hamster. I'm like, yeah, I like the hamster, but like fuck you. But what's also interesting about that question is, I think I am. It's kind of funny. It's interesting. Are you open to the idea? That's really an interesting question. Are you open to the idea of they removing legacy things that you like about, for example, Guilty Gear, and let's say the developers were able to compensate you with new mechanics that are equally sick and creative? Because that, to me, is something that gets done less and less, because Tekken 8 takes and takes and takes and takes, or Tekken, right? They take and take, but they don't give you anything that's actually cool back. Just plus frames on block. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
no creativity.
I think I would. I can't think of anything better than RC. I think you can't make perfection better to me. RC is just a fucking amazing mechanic. But if someone presented to me, oh yeah, we've got this mechanic better than RC, then you can do what you want with 6Ps. I think that would be my stance. There's a lot of games I play due to one good mechanic. It could just be one good mechanic and I'll play it. Maybe I'm not like entering tournaments, but I'll buy it and I'll tell people it's good. But if I lived and breathed the game, like, not to throw shade, but like a Tekken player, if I lived and breathed like one series, I would probably be a bit more cautious in what gets changed.
Yeah. But I think
you've only got one. I've got many. I've got loads of anime games. You've only got one Tekken.
That is true. That's true. And also, it's actually, I'm a bit mad that actually Tekken 8 turned out to be, in essence, such an uncreative game. Like, even when you can be an asshole to Tekken 7, but you can never say the game didn't at least try some actually creative shit, especially with certain character choices. You can say you dislike it, but at least they tried something here. But in Tekken 8, it's actually just fucking plus frames, dog. Like, if you take Ling Xiaoyu, what this character was previously able to do, and what she now is, and what they gave her in compensation for removing the cool, quirky legacy stuff, it's like literally mix up and plus frames. Like, literally. It's literally just layer 1 mix, high-low, and plus on block. That's literally it. And that to me is just, like, it's boring. That's what it is. It's boring and uninteresting. It's boring and uninteresting. That's what it is. Know what I mean?
I agree. And I would love to get into the mind of a casual and be like, how does it feel when you put someone in block stun with a move and then you just press another button afterwards? I really feel I don't think it's interesting for anyone.
No, but sorry.
I can't prove it. I can't prove it. So yeah, you're right.
No, I don't think it's but I tell you what, it's probably not that interesting to a casual as well, but it's kind of like, but you know what it is? And that's I think the crux. The casual understands what's happening without doing any research. Like, it's immediately obvious that I got mixed by a fucking mid-low. But what Xiaoyu did previously, you were like, what's going on? Not to the degree of anime shit where you don't know what's happening on the screen. It's kind of funny about Tekken. Like, you can actually, if you have even like basic fighting game knowledge, figure out what just happened there. Like, oh, she jumped over me and I got up this way, so my back was towards her and I got fucked up. Like, but still, probably on an emotional level, you're like, you as a developer, you probably think the casual would rather take the mid-low because he knows what happened and he knows what to do to prevent that move from hitting. And the answer is just guess right, right? Like, that is, I can see as a developer how you would end up in that corner, I guess, of the room.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can give them some sort of leeway. I don't know. I'm not saying I like it, but you know, it's the same. It's the old example I brought with Demon Souls and World Tendencies. Like, that shit, for people who played it, was unbelievably cool. Unbelievably cool that you can do certain things in the world to, like, bring your world tendency to for a specific level towards white or towards black. And you would unlock different paths of the level and, like, an item or a special item. Like, that shit was like, you were like, I'm discovering this world on, like, holy fucking, like, this. And they removed it. Why? Because most people didn't fucking understand what's even happening. You actually need to, like, check this shit. Of, like, what do I even need to do so I kind of get it. But for Guilty Gear, when you say Guilty Gear and Strivers, like, by the way, that's maybe the last topic now.
is the war still going on? Is there still a war? How's the community? Like, do people actually think in like you're a Striver or you are a Guilty Gear player? How big is the Guilty Gear community compared to Strive? C4.
I would say there's no more war. It's all peace. They've decided. The Guilty Gear people have decided, or maybe not decided. They've accepted that their game has ended. Their game is plus R. It's Rev. There's no continuation of their series, and the Strive players, they don't really chat shit about Guilty Gear players anymore. There was a lot of like, oh, you fucking old heads just trying to relive your, prime days in my game. You get a lot of old Guilty Gear players from Japan still playing Strive. That's still pretty common, and it took them a while to get to this level. I'm not sure if they took a break and then came back, or they've always been grinding and this is just the fruits of their labor. But yeah, there's no more animosity. I think Kizuke was the closest to like bringing it back up when he said that the game's just rock paper scissors now, which I agree with, because they've taken away the ability to do what you want with RC. So now you're just playing pretty Street Fighter.
Yeah.
Which isn't a bad look. That's not a bad heading to have.
No.
We are Street Fighter, but we look fucking pretty, and we've got panty shots like every now and again. Like that's gonna get people into the game.
But also less of them, right? Than before.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's because I was looking at Rev. Yeah, actually, no more panty shots. You're right.
Oh yeah,
but
true.
it does look pretty. It still looks pretty. So you get enough freedom from Strive that you don't get in Street Fighter, like IEDs and stuff like that, and super cool slowdowns and fucking cameras spinning around and shit. But it plays like a traditional fighter. That's they just add in the modern mechanic, and it's just homogenized, which can be done to any game. It can be. It is the plus frame syndrome. Like someone has told probably Street Fighter first that casuals like plus frames. And every game after 6 has gone, we're going to add a universal mechanic that gives someone a plus frame.
Yeah, I think I do know why. It's because casuals don't know what to do when they're minus. Because pressing is for them, they get fucked up, right? And they don't know what to do when they're like minus, especially they don't know what to do if the number changes. Like they're -1, in Tekken, for example, right? -1, -2, -3, -4. You're safe from -1 to -9 in Tekken in general. So it's like, what do I do if I'm minus? Well, this is where you have to really learn the game. But hey, if you're plus, your mission is fucking clear. You are pressing, motherfucker, right? So being plus is just easier to understand than being minus.
True, but I still think that, do casuals get told that they're plus, or do you think they work it out by,
I mean, in Tekken, it's so obvious that, I mean, you have seen Tekken 8. Like, you get, if you don't know your plus here, like, there's some, like, you know what I mean? The screen explodes, like, there's a fucking poof, like, a dash, you know what I mean?
I do. I just don't know how much bias I'm going into that statement. Like, does someone who's never played fighting games also get that, oh, I must be plus feeling? I do want to agree with you. I think it is like painfully obvious, but I just don't know. They might just get fucking, because Marvel had loads of flashing lights on their supers, but supers were minus.
Yeah, you're kind of right. I mean, it's the endless unsolvable casual debate, because whenever people talk about casual, there's no casual in the room to deny or confirm, which is a natural curse of the casual problem, because as soon as we would now hear from a player, even in chat, on Twitter, in the Steam forums, you're automatically not talking to a casual anymore. It's like you can't find them, because if you know what I mean, they're not here. It's why you can never properly have this discussion, because a true casual cares so little that they wouldn't even like search you out on Twitter or in a Discord. They are not there. They wouldn't join a Discord. They wouldn't join any YouTube comment sections. I've never in my life, about something I was actually casual about, cared enough to even write a YouTube comment, or sometimes even actually watch a YouTube video. It's the casual curse. It's the classic curse about this debate always, right?
Yeah. There's some fucking science thing. It's like a superposition. As soon as you identify the thing, they're not the thing anymore.
Exactly.
That's what a casual is. Like you said, when you find a casual, you have to think yourself like, wait a minute, how did I get this quote unquote casual to talk about a fighting game? Most casuals wouldn't jump on a
Yes.
stream to talk about a fighting game. Yeah, so
Yes.
it's they're unfindable unless you're gonna fucking go on the streets and fucking present to them game footage. You're never gonna talk to an actual casual. So yeah, you just can't. It's like capturing smoke. As soon as you put it in your hands, it's not smoke anymore. It's fucking. It's just
I
disappeared.
mean, I guess maybe that's the answer, right? Like Brian F said, the goal is retention. Brian F said this about the Street Fighter patch philosophy of Street Fighter 6, which he says the goal is retention above all else. And I think that is the goal of developers. They don't care. They don't really care if you're a casual or not. They care that you play the game. They care that you are there.
And now you keep putting money in the game
Yes.
with DLC and whatever. Not like that's we're pay pigs.
So at this point,
it's
yeah,
gonna
I mean,
get
it's obvious, right? All of these, that's why, right? That's why mix up and plus frames, because, I mean, it's kind of obvious, isn't it? The more you talk about it, the more it becomes kind of obvious, because what is the oldest thing that people are addicted to? It's fucking gambling. It is. Like rock, paper, scissors, or casino, right? So the more you put stuff in there and make it fun, make it explosive, make the feeling of it fun and the reward, people will stick, right? And obviously, rock, paper, scissors are a part of any fighting game, but it's the focus on it, in my personal feel nowadays. You always had games that were known for that, like MKX mix-ups or something like that, right? But how more and more games jump on that line of gameplay, and how easy these situations are created, and how much of the round they dominate, how much space in the round they take. It's probably that. It's probably the old school. It's what happens when you get like these weird psychologists, these consumed psychologists that design your game, right? Like in Blizzard, where you have actual psychologists design your dark patterns and shit, and your shop structure, and your literally your level design to be as addictive as possible to the human brain, which is crazy. And yeah, that's what happens if development of games go more and more into that direction for profit maxing, right?
Yeah, it's when you say it like that, it's kind of sinister, but it's a business at the end of the day. Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's a business. We are no longer where, like, it's no longer the. And when you don't look, and in all honesty, when you don't want business and you have a game that was made by 3 ex-SNK employees, it's called Yatagarasu, and there's literally 0 players right now, and probably 0 players in the last 10 years.
Yep. I think the writing's been on the wall for a long time about, like, if you want an actual fighting game, it's going to be an indie game.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a Discord file or WhatsApp file. That's just once you get more than like 100 people playing it, you're mainstream, and their goals aren't going to be aligned with the minority of tryhards. It's just not. I don't think it's. I want to get proven wrong, but yeah, that's how I see it. Maybe Tokon might be different because they've got fucking Sony and Disney. I don't know how much they care about earning money. Actually, no, tell a lie. Fatal Fury. Fatal Fury's not in it for the money.
They are not in it for the money, but they also don't need to really care about that. Which doesn't matter. Which doesn't matter, but
they're too apathetic to the situations.
Yeah.
They really don't care. So yeah.
Yatagarasu doesn't even have rollback. Yeah, it's a fighting game, bro. It's a real fighting game. They don't have rollback. Well, I mean, I guess, although that was obviously a not serious statement. C4, I think they have retrofitted ref with rollback, right? And even the official Core version, there's an official one. They have rollback, right?
They at the Arcor tour, was it Rev or I think it was Plus R? They said something like, "Oh, now there's rollback in fucking Brazil and Colombia or something mad like that." Yeah, weird. But they are saying people are still playing our game, and it's the old version of the game. Like, I guess that is one thing that Tekken should be fucking mad about. Yeah, that they're still updating fucking Revelator and Plus R.
Yeah. They did that and gave Rev and Plus R like rollback stuff, even though they don't have to. Even though you're like, well, it's a thing, right? We're like, well, we want people to play Strive, but if we give that rollback, blah, 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 but they still do it. because that's how developers act that are proud of the games they have developed and their
Yep.
just play experience. That's how developers act. But in Tekken, yeah, we don't get that shit. We don't
The
get that shit.
message I got when Arxis keep updating a role game is like they're saying, not to throw shade, but they're saying, yeah, Strive is different to these games. These are individual games. They're like separate titles. It's kind of like Guilty Gear and Blaz. Like they both come from Arxis, but they're like, yeah, we know not everyone is on Strive, and some people still play these older ones. We'll make it that you can still play your older ones. They're not identifying it as like a sequence of now everyone moves to the new Guilty Gear, which is good. I think that's good. But everyone kind of does it bar Tekken, apparently.
Yes, unfortunately. We have one more. C4, do you wanna? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
it's on you. Do you wanna answer the question?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll answer one more.
I would still take like a toilet break if you want to do 5 minutes for like last questions that are solely aimed at you.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, guys, if
do
you
that.
have any like last questions for C4, he's here now. I mean, he can be here every time, but now we are at the Guilty Gear show, and he's here. So please, if you have any last questions, I don't know who is still here. I don't even know if we have people in here, but make yourself known if you have any questions. Okay, be right back. You take over.
Yes. Raise your hand if you got a question for me. I know I'm not super interesting, but yeah. What are your thoughts on the theory that Strive was the sellout to grow the fan base game? The next GG game will be a return to form, and people from Strive will keep playing it. I can give you my hope. I don't know if I've got a reality check. So I think Arxis have made it not because of Strive, but because of Token. I think now they've got Sony behind them. They could do a passion project and do what the fuck they want. But yes, I think Strive was them looking at Street Fighter and going, fuck it, we'll give it a crack. We'll see if we can make Guilty Gear more appealing mechanically to the masses. Actually, no, maybe not to the masses, but to other fighting games. I think this Guilty Gear was too gritty for like Street Fighter players. Like someone literally came in. I speak to Jammers. Jammers was like, yeah, this game's too fast for me as a Street Fighter player. So I think they did the Strive to cater for the Street Fighter players, unironically, and they did a fucking good job. I don't know if I'd call it a sellout. I think they retained enough of Guilty Gear to keep the name in most people's opinion, not in mine, but in most people's opinion. I think they can look at Strive and then go, yeah, this is not Street Fighter. This is definitely an anime game. But anime players will be like, this isn't an anime game. So I think they told the line well enough that I couldn't right out say that they sold out. They definitely took out. It feels like they took out the things that Street Fighter players don't like from Rev, and Strive was the product. It's like if they made a cake and they went, "Oh, you're lactose intolerant, out with the dairy," and that was the cake they made. Strive was the dairy-free cake. I should have said that to start with. Yeah, that is my conclusion. So I don't know if that's classed as. I wouldn't class it as selling out, and I think their end game, funny end game, and they made a Marvel game. But yeah, I think their end game is Token. Now they've got the in bed with the big wigs, a company that wasn't super big. I mean, it's not a fucking indie company, right? Arxis, even back then. But now they've got the attention of the big heads. I think this is probably the best timeline for the realization that they can just make a good anime game, like the ones they did with Blaz and Guilty Gear, and put that out and go, yeah, but you know what makes our money? The Token. Token makes our money. This is just to give to the people or make something we actually enjoy. Long-winded answer, my bad. Any more questions? I joined super late to. What's your thoughts on Blaz Blue? I know very little about Blaz. And do you think we'll get a new one? I would hope that after Token, they just do a Blaz cross Guilty Gear. I think they should just put the two together. Fuck it. How much longer do you think Strive will be supported? Well, apparently Token's going to get 10 years. Strive, this is almost this. I think this is the closest you can say a patch has made a game different. This might as well be another Guilty Gear. The changes are huge mechanically. So uh, I'll probably say like another 2-3 years. And I base longevity on if they're doing world tours for the tournament. As soon as the game stops doing world tours, I'm like, yeah, they've kind of like let it go. Do you think Strive will ever have another guest character? Yeah, I think this is the start. I would not be surprised if they got a fucking Marvel character now in Strive. Now that we're Tokon, fuck it, why not? Put Thanos in Strive, like, and they've got technically they've got Disney because it's Marvel. Actually, no, I take it back. They'll probably put a Sony character. Don't put fucking like Crash Bandicoot or no, I'd probably play Crash, to be fair. Who do they put? They can't put Drake. They couldn't put fucking Uncharted Drake in there. That would be too weird. But yeah, I think they've got possibilities to get Sony characters. That would be cool. More than Marvel characters. I'm just looking for question marks. Question is, do you think it really just dead like that? What do you mean? Is what just dead like that? My bad.
Maybe means like, oh man, maybe he's still there. Strive 2.0 mostly took away, yeah, but that's the setup for this whole thing, right? I mean, it's always I always wanted to have C4 talk about Guilty Gear, and why he loves it so much. But that exactly was the premise why it was so fitting, because Tekken players say they want that, right? They don't want the Tekken 8 shit. They want that shit to be taken away, which is why everyone even rejoiced at just something like a property change on a now still absurd move being taken away, you know?
Yep. I'll ask for the little thing. A thief has come into the house of Guilty Gear and they didn't just take the TV. They took a lot of other stuff. They took away the bad shit as well. They emptied the trash, but they also took my wallet, my car keys.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That is why I want to talk about, because I suspected that from an actual Guilty Gear player, which, let's face it, most Tekken players who are still there and make content are actual Tekken players, and an actual Guilty Gear player has a bit of a different perspective on it. Which is, they didn't just take out the trash, which is what Tekken players want, but they also took the sweets.
Yep. They took the fucking milk and left me the cereal, mate. It's yeah, I can still eat the fucking cornflakes, but I've got no milk. I don't know. Do I want to eat the cornflakes now? It's like, but Strive players, for them, it's more about the balancing of the characters. The things that they moaned about, which is mostly the interactions with like Happy Chaos and Pot, having more, like you said earlier, more interactions. They want more, and I can kind of understand it from a competitive standpoint, right? Because I was saying I want my rounds to be over quick. If I'm losing, I want to lose in the next 10 seconds so I can go next. But if I'm in a tournament, I probably don't want that. In a tournament, I want opportunities to keep winning that round. It's more important. So I get why Strive players who go to tournament and travel the fucking world, why they like it. Because, yeah, they have more opportunities to make a comeback. They have more opportunities to show that they're a better player in a round. So, yeah, that's why they like it. But for someone who wants to play Guilty Gear, Strive is moving further and further away from scratching that itch.
How does one quit the Tekken boomer mindset and start enjoying Strive and newer fighting games? I only want to block and punish in such aggressive game. I mean, you don't. You can try to quit the boomer mindset, but honestly, if you have the boomer mindset, you got the boomer mindset. Yet, like, you will always sit there and be like, "That's fucking some bullshit. I hate this."
Yep.
So honestly, there is not really a cure for that. Like, I don't know. You can't try to maybe I mean, what's there to say, man? I am in a very fortunate position, right? That I can actually start up a stream. It even worked for MK, which I'm obviously not known to do, and I get players to play with me. So I'm in the fortunate position that if I want to play game X, it doesn't matter how old it is, if it's my cup of tea, I can actually do that. I can actually start up a stream and have players to play that game with whenever I want. Because some games are even, for example, Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu is like even on the Discord, bro, you lead actually. I saw a guy on the Discord asking for a match, and 2 hours later he didn't get a reply. So if you that game, for example, which is very cool, I could play that, but you couldn't. So I can't really help you with that. If your cup of tea is just not there anymore, like, yeah.
I wish one day I could just. I want to do it like offline, not online. I just want to sit with Blackheart and say, "You're good." I think Blackheart is good at fighting games. He doesn't need to resign himself to Tekken. And what you find in Tekken, you think isn't in other games, but it could be. There's a lot of fucking fighting games that say that I only like Tekken. It's like having fucking Napoleon ice cream and going, I only like vanilla. It's like, bro, do you know there's so many other flavors that you haven't tried?
Yeah, but you know what a big problem is? When I look at the screen right now, right, and I see this, right, I see Revelator, I see this and I'm like, I want the problem with me is I don't want to play a game, I want to understand it and be like good at it. And when I see this, I know from Tekken that this takes a shit ton of time. Especially
no, Finn, you can't do this. Because
it's just that when people are lazy, you know, I'm just being honest about the situation.
Okay, I thought he was gonna go somewhere else. I thought he was gonna go about it's hard and difficult, but I was like, but everyone tells me Tekken's difficult.
No, it's just being no. I would appreciate it. It's just about the work, right? Because people are lazy, and I'm no exception. So you stick with the one thing you already like. Don't want to be so arrogant to say you mastered, but the one thing where, you know, you already put a lot of time in, and you know this is what you like, and you kind of got good at it, and it took a long while, and you know.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like sunken cost, like I get it. I thought you was gonna say that the difficulty that shouldn't be there.
No.
Yeah, but it isn't fun starting from fresh, especially when you know stuff and you can't translate it to this. I guess it's like learning a new language at the age of like 50. It's like, fuck's sake, man. Like, I just learned my language. Now you want me to learn another one. But it's like, it might be fun. And you might have fun not being top level.
Yeah, careful. That doesn't go for me. I'm not fucking top level, yeah. But Blackheart, that would probably more apply. Actually, yeah, to him it would actually apply, yeah. Because while he is not a competitor, you would put him. If you made a top 100 list of every player of all players in Europe, he would for sure as shit be in there. Which is okay. You're already like top 100 of a continent, so
that's cool. But do you think he can't play a game quote unquote casually? Like, could he not learn the basics of Strive and just have fun being mid at Strive?
That's a good question. I think he can, but like he doesn't want to. Like he just doesn't want to. He maybe even wouldn't even like to. Like I would like to, especially Revelator. But for me, it's just I knew what it took already to get like a good quote unquote or mediocre at Tekken, and I actually did lab and wanted to play DNF Duel, and I was like, holy fucking shit, bro. Wow, like you need this is gonna be tough, yeah. Unfortunately, in that experience, the game was literally fucking dying after a month, and I was like, yeah, well, that was some time wasted. Unfortunate, but yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just it's laziness. Like you I have to be honest about it, because this game, I think you can. I don't know how many people still play Revelator, but I know Leon still plays it, and you will find lobbies. I know that.
Yeah.
So you can play it without I think without having to join a Discord, because Leon still plays it.
You could find randoms. You might
Yeah.
have to be at it'll have to be at selective times. Like if you log on at 2 a.m., you're not gonna find a match. Like, but you know, if you're looking at like 7, 8 when people finish work, you'll get games.
Yeah.
I think the biggest issue is you're not gonna find people your level.
Yes.
Without going to the Discord.
Yes, that's the big problem where it's like, oh, this is like really only for like super hardcore people.
Yeah.
At this point, because you will find naturally people who play this game who have played this game. I don't know how old the Revelator is. I think it's 10 years old, at least. You will find
it's probably 15.
Yeah, which you wouldn't think looking at the game because it looks so amazing. But
true.
you would actually not think that. But yeah, this is one of the main problems. Apart from that, yeah, I don't know, mate. I wish, you know what? I wish fighting games would more like in the newest title, right? For example, Tekken 8 or maybe even Strive, give you the option to customize your play experience a little bit more. If you want to play like the old version of Strive, I don't know if that's still in the game. If you're like in a lobby, let me play this Strive patch, like just the major ones, like the free seasonal updates or like whatever it is. I wish they would do that. I wish, for example, Tekken had just a heatless mode to just be able to customize your play experience, because then without completely quitting the game, you could have something in the game that's more akin to what you like.
Mm-hmm.
And previously, fighting games used to do that. I mean, Smash is sorry to trigger some people, but Smash is a fighting game, and it always has prided itself that kind of the developers don't treat it like a fighting game, but they always treat it like a good product, meaning you are able to customize your experience. It's like one of the things that why Melee got competitive, because you could disable items. That's why Melee even got where it's at, because they said you have the capacity to disable item moves. Street Fighter 4, famously enough, had the version select with Ultra Street Fighter 4. So I want more of that, because then people can say, I heard this a lot, like, oh, I really liked the game then, but it got shit. So make people able to, at least like in lobbies or something, just select the version. I don't say you need to go as far to make it accessible in ranked. At least in lobby would be nice,
Yeah. It's I remember people used to talk about the edition select in Dragon Ball, and they were like, "Oh, it's gonna." I think Sophie said something similar to this about it would divide the community and stuff. I don't even want to argue if that's the case. It's like, who fucking cares, bro?
Yeah.
Why are we stopping people from playing what they like to play?
Who cares? Like, I mean, which is obviously bullshit. Honestly, it's bullshit, because Tekken 7 at launch had like literally a fifth of the player base now, and it was fine. It was fine.
Yeah.
We played this. We had no problems finding people. We had like a fifth, or if you want to be generous, like, I don't know, a fourth of the player base now at Tekken 7 like launch year, and it grew from that. But we had no problem, like absolutely no problem. So yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't. It fucking wouldn't. Yeah.
Just play shit. Like closing statements. The corny, play games you like. I would suggest Uni for Tekken players. I think that's a good middle ground. That game is deep, not in terms of like move lists and it's deep in terms of, I feel Tekken players want things to do in most moments of the match, and they want to play a game that rewards good mobility, but the mobility isn't fucking off the walls like an anime game. Uni is a very like standard fighting game in terms of like trajectories, where you can still be good at movement. Like there's no like fucking plink dashing or anything like that. But where you stand on screen is very important. Very, very important. And you get to learn a new skill set of, you don't have to remember loads of stuff, but you need to be comfortable in execution. And not like fucking, not necessarily like motions, but Uni's got a lot of hold stuff. So like it's called like partial charge. So you can hold a button down, say for like 40 frames, and then an attack will come out. And it will have combos where you need to hold the button for like 30 frames, and it will connect, but it won't connect on the 40 if you hold it for 40 frames. It's got stuff like that. So it's like a middle ground between fucking tag games where you've got to do pretzel motions and fucking reverse DPs. You're still kind of dedicating your execution mostly to buttons, and the game is all about movement. So much so, the whole grid system, if you're a Tekken player and you actually care about neutral, I know if you're lying if you don't like Uni, because you win Uni by playing good neutral. Like the game rewards you for being closer or past the center part of the stage. You get rewarded for that, or
It's
pushing
kind of-
your opponent to the wall.
It's kind of weird with Tekken players because you know what Tekken players really also what they it's a problem, right? Because they really dig the aesthetic of Tekken, meaning the traditional aesthetic of Tekken, meaning they are like not the biggest in general, not the biggest anime fans. They don't like that shit. Like if they see, I don't know what this chick is called out of Uni with the fucking gloves, this like loli girl with the gloves, they're like, what's that shit? Yeah.
Fucking Mika.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It do be like that. And this is something that's what other 3D games have to understand about Tekken, because this also annoys me. Where the people who are like VF diehards and have never played Tekken, or DOA diehards and have never played Tekken, there's something very particular to the Tekken movement system and feel, because the cancel system, where you can cancel any form of movement with any form of movement frame one. That's something that DOA is the most akin to that when it comes to that type of feel, but it doesn't have necessarily the absolute same neither application nor feel. And this is something that you can't really like, you know what I mean? Like it's like you can't, that feeling about Tekken, you can't, there is no substitute to it. There isn't.
There is. It's probably not going to be close enough, but there is games where you can cancel movement with movement. But yeah, it will probably be with a button, not a direction. It'll be like you do 4-4 and then you do a dash macro forward, so you cancel your backdash into forward dash.
Yeah.
Which isn't the same fucking sidestepping into backdash. I do get that. Yeah. But it's close. And you might like it more. Well, maybe you probably won't like it more, but it could be enough. Like I think there's a balancing act. You can go, okay, cool. I can't do exactly what I did in terms of movement in Tekken, but Uni doesn't have heat. How much do I really dislike heat? Can I take my movement going down 2 notches to remove the mechanic that I hate the most? That's the
well,
question.
I mean, it's the thing about heat, about the risk reward of mix-ups, right? But usually, I think most anime, even 2D games, are known that they have pretty good mix, and that's not how Tekken did its RPS, you know. I think that's also very hard.
This is true, but I think when you have more offensive games, in terms of like, Uni won't have heat, but there's probably going to be something worse than heat. But you can do something on defense, and that's something Tekken players aren't aware of. But I think everyone likes it. I think everyone likes the fact that he could do something on defense. I think that's universal. I will say that statement. Objectively, if you're in block stun, you would rather be able to manipulate the block stun than just sit there and take it. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, maybe. Why did C4's mic shit the bed? He's on mobile now, I think.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna grab some food before I go to sleep.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think this is a good spot to where we can end this program. Yeah, I mean, we talked about what we wanted to talk about. Obviously, it evolved a little bit into the usual talk. But you know what I will say, C4. I think it's always history always tends to repeat itself, and trends tend to always repeat itself, because there was a time when Sony looked at Miyazaki's game, which was Demon's Souls, and said that dog shit. No one wants to play because it's way too punishing. You can't expect a consumer that wants to grab a fucking RPG to play this shit and actually like learn the game. Like, what do you mean? We wanted you to make us like Oblivion, not fucking what are you insane? Like, there's not even save in the game. So there was a time where Sony believed so little in Souls that they didn't even market this shit outside of Japan, and only minimal in Japan, and that shit, and they got proven wrong, right? It was so fucking good that, you know, it was like a wildfire. And I believe that will happen again. Will always happen again.
I'm wondering, is that not what happened to Street Fighter?
You mean with 4?
Maybe.
Or with 6?
Yeah, with 6. Actually, no. They put in a lot of work with 6. Nah, 6.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. You know what? Yeah, maybe with 6. No, yeah, because they put in also a lot of work with fucking other games and marketing. They had fucking Snoop Dogg do a rap song for Tech 2. He's in the game. Snoop Dogg is in the game.
I remember that.
So they did some bullshit there as well. So honestly, yeah, maybe we are in a trend right now where we go towards mix. We go to neutral skips. We go to easy offense, also easy, pretty uninteresting defense. Yeah, maybe that is the time. That is for it the time being. But we will always go back. Like, we will always go in a circle. When people are fed up with this shit, suddenly there comes a new IP maybe, or a new Guilty Gear or whatever it is, that suddenly is like, yo, we are the defensive game. People are like, what is this? Like I only had like years of fucking offense up my ass. Like, I thought this were fighting games. I thought that is what fighting games are. And now this game comes along and you're like, this is amazing. This is sick. And then the trend shifts again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is the good timeline, and I do agree with you. I think it's going to happen. There's going to be a generation that is going to be like, oh my gosh, offense slop. I don't want to do this, bro. These plus frames are fucking a yawn fest.
Look,
And
this
then
guy, for
someone's gonna be
example.
like,
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no. That was it.
Yeah, because extended cable, mate, you don't look. I don't want to call you like an idiot, but I'm known to do that to my own chat, so I'm gonna do that. Guys, stop coping. Tekken is dead, mate. Tekken died already once, and it rose from the ashes, and that was Tekken 4. So, mate, the history has already proven you wrong. In the case of Tekken, history has literally already proven you wrong once. So, what? My guess is as best as yours. But like, stop coping. Tekken is dead. Like, yeah, that happened already.
Bro, I mean, you don't even have to look that far back. Ask the FGC if they knew what a Guilty Gear was before fucking Strive.
True.
I challenge someone to. I wish I could go back in time just to ask, just to get a consensus of do you know who Soul Bad Guy is? I wish I could do that. Obviously, I can't, but yeah, everyone thought Guilty Gear was dead, and then they made Strive. It's possible. It's possible.
Yeah, but whatever. He doesn't mean Tekken is dead in the sense that it's not a profitable product. He means Tekken is dead in the way that Guilty Gear is dead. Because Guilty Gear is obviously a profitable thing, but like Guilty Gear is dead in that sense. And yeah, they had Harada, but like, and we don't even know what Harada fucking actually did and what he is responsible for with direct in-game changes. We don't even know that. Let's be fucking real. I always blame Murray for season 3 because it's the fucking for Tekken 7 season 3 because it's the obvious conclusion. But in the end, no one of us fucking know how much Harada actually did. For example, people to this day believe Harada did Tech 2. He fucking didn't. That was Nakatsu. But uninformed people are across every fucking Twitter space of Tekken shit and say, oh yeah, Nakatsu, the guy who killed Soul Calibur. It's like, oh yeah, but also you mean the guy who made the fucking sick ass movement game that to this day is like has this insane myth about it, which is Tech 2. Yeah, that was fucking Nakatsu. So it's like, guys, we don't even know. Like, we don't fucking know, man. All I'm saying is, it happened already. It was Tekken 4, where people said Tekken is fucking dead. We would rather play Tek 1. And then Tekken 5 came. Like, bro, come on. And that's all we know. That's the truth. That's what happened. That's what is. That is the timeline, guys. Let's be real about this shit. Yeah, that's my...
Yep.
Yep.
I agree.
Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear as well, man. It's never too late. Game is gonna come back. Trust. Trust. Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe not the next day. It's gonna come back. It's gonna come back. People will eventually get sick of it. Of this. Not of this on screen right now, but of Strife. And then the cycle is gonna repeat itself. Trust. Trust. It's gonna fucking happen. It's gonna fucking happen.
I hope I'm still alive and I get to commentate at least one Gear. I don't know what they're gonna call it. Gear Oblivion 6. I don't know. Fucking as long as I can commentate one game before I die, I'll be happy.
Do you, by the way, C4, do you still like play ref?
Nah. I always say I'm going to, but then I just never lab. I think because I'm too self-conscious. I don't want to jump back into the game I was good at and be trash.
I mean, or is it because like just because you're also lazy and you don't want to like join Discord and lobby shit and stuff like that? In this case.
That's also there, yeah. Yeah, that's also there. I mean, I'm not. Do I go in Discords? I'm actually a WhatsApp file or a DM file.
Ah, okay.
That's the tier below. You DM me about Tekken, cross Tekken. I said, yeah, I'll play. I'm a DM file now.
True, yeah.
Ask me to play the game and I'll play it.
That's true, yeah. So if I were to ask you if you play ref with me, you would.
I would do anything for you, Finn, yes.
Okay. See? And the game has rollback, yeah? So maybe it's gonna happen one day. I'm gonna play
just let me know when.
I don't know who I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play. Actually, I don't fucking know what character I would play, honestly. I don't know. We will see. Game is probably cheap as fuck.
There is a character that has electrics.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Ram Lethal. In Exert, she has Durias. They're called Darus, I think.
You are kidding.
Everyone calls them Durias.
Really?
Yep. She's the most technical character in the game, possibly. Fucking super technical. Really hard character to play.
Sounds kind of cool. Sounds cool. All right, guys.
Yeah, she will.
I'm gonna. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say she'll blow your mind. Visually and mechanically, you love her.
Well, I mean that sounds enticing. Why not? I mean, Tekken 8 is whatever right now, so yeah. Okay, guys, I'm gonna just head you over to the. I'm gonna play the intro I made. Well, basically, I just ripped shit. But the people I ripped it from are at the end of that intro that I will now use as an outro. So I hope you had fun. Thanks for being here. And see you next time. C4, say goodbye.
August stream. See you later, guys.
Yes.
Yes, nobody is gone. I'm just saying the step body, do it our turn. So freak out, yes, nobody is wrong. You and I both just have a views, that's all. Someone will make me do crazy shit. When have I ever forced me to do that? Give me my place back, hey, I won't take your special place still. The world is not so tight, right? sacrifice.